guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. Amid escalating humanitarian concerns in Gaza, the U.S. is set to initiate airdrops of aid into the region. John Kirby, spokesperson for the National Security Council, confirmed that the airdrops will start in the coming days. Additionally, efforts are being made to establish a maritime corridor for delivering aid by sea. The situation in Gaza reaching a critical point, with Israeli military operations against Hamas exacerbating the humanitarian crisis. The CDC has updated its COVID guidelines. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The Centers for Disease Control says Americans with COVID no longer need to isolate for 5 days. Released on Friday, the new guidance covers COVID and other respiratory infections. According to the updated guidelines, individuals with COVID can resume normal daily activities if they've been fever-free for 24 hours without medication or if their symptoms have been improving. Additionally, the CDC advises those ending isolation to wear masks and minimize close contact with others.
Closing arguments have concluded in the Georgia hearing regarding whether Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis should be removed from Donald Trump's election interference case due to her relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. The key points in question are the timing of their relationship's onset relative to Wade's appointment and whether Willis benefited financially from that appointment. Willis and Wade assert equal sharing of travel expenses and that their relationship began after Wade's appointment. The judge anticipates delivering a decision within the next 2 weeks. This is USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
The Philadelphia Phillies doing away with dollar hot dog night for safety reasons. Apparently, some unruly fans last season got their food fight on and, all in good fun, started throwing the hot dogs at one another, with quite a few landing on the field. Dollar Dog Night has now been replaced on select dates with a 2-for-1 deal. Very Special Agent Anthony DiNozzo is back. Paramount Plus has confirmed that Michael Weatherly's NCIS character, along with his former co-star Cody DiPablo, who played Ziva David, will star in and executive produce a new 10-episode still untitled NCIS series. A description of the show follows Tony, Ziva, and their daughter while they go on the run across Europe trying to figure out who's after them. No word yet on when that series will air on Paramount Plus. Hatch Watch underway in the Southern California mountains. 3 bald-eagled chicks could hatch this week. The mother, Jackie, laid the eggs in late January at the top of a tree overlooking Big Bear Lake in the San Bernardino Mountains east of L.A. She's now been incubating those eggs for the last 61 hours, although Dad, whose name is Shadow, takes his turn too. The chicks could break out of their shells any time now. You can see the nest cam at friendsofbigbearvalley.org. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, without further ado, it must be showtime. And away we go. Alright. Boy, that weekend went right on by. Bada bing. So we enter the first full week of March. As we turn the page on the calendar, now we'll make it the 4th day, actually. March 4 of 2024. So, hope you had a good weekend. Ever heard the old scenario, you can't get there from here? Well, that's what folks out west have been dealing with. The update from Caltrans here just a few hours ago. Caltrans District 3 reads, Interstate 80 remains closed between the city of Colfax, California, and the Nevada DOT state line. continued severe weather conditions. It says Highway 50 is open with chain controls, but there are intermittent holds due to spinouts and crews conducting avalanche control. Highway 20 is also closed between the 80 connector and the Nevada City, in the county of Nevada, California. 89 is closed around Emerald Bay. Travel is still highly discouraged in the Sierra. I saw some of the drone footage of all the trucks stuck on Donner over the weekend. I mean, it started on Friday. If you remember, as we were making our way into the weekend, the Friday morning program, I said there's still drivers trying to sneak across Donner before things get too ugly. But it was too late. It was already getting ugly. And as I said, a whole lot of stuck cars, trucks, travelers. What an incredible weekend. I'm not seeing the final tally yet because actually there's still some snow coming down. Donner, they said through Monday, Sunday night to Monday, there could still be another 12, 18 inches of additional snow coming down there. So it's not over yet. Yes, we still have the blizzard warnings in place. Not nearly as widespread, but east, central, and central portions of California across the Sierra Nevada there. Obviously, I-80. They update the brutal storm, unloading fierce winds and driving snow, stranding vast number of motorists near Donner. Now, we go back to early Saturday. More than 3 feet was already on the ground, the likes of Donner. Donner Summit and the nearby Donner Pass bear the name of the party of settlers who were trapped in a snowstorm. 1846 was the year. As noted by History.com, of the 81 members of the party who were trapped for months, only 15 made it out of the mountains alive. Now, we're going way back in time, but that the expedition became famous not only for the number of deaths, but also for the fact that survivors resorted to cannibalism, including the murder of 2 Native Americans. Now, this past weekend storm was initially expected to kind of wind down Saturday, but no, Donner has been warned it could get another 18 inches of snow through early Monday. According to the LA Times, 80 has been pretty much impassable for going on 3 days now. At one point, we had mass amount of vehicles over Donner Summit, and it took several hours for emergency vehicles and even tow trucks to reach some of the motorists. According to the Highway Patrol back on Saturday morning, at one point, emergency personnel and tow trucks had a difficult time even getting to motorists with the blizzard conditions. First step was to rescue trapped drivers, and only after that did they even begin trying to clear the highway. Some of the violent winds, a gust of 190 miles per hour, detected Friday night at Palisades, Tahoe. Now, that's an elevation of about 8,700 feet. Yeah, but by the time this winds down, there could be 12 feet of snow plus in some of the hardest impacted areas. According to KGO-TV, blizzard warnings for the Lake Tahoe region continue through Monday. And when this current storm ends, there's another storm that's going to dump several more inches of snow on the mountains, including Donner once again. Yosemite National Park was closed for the entirety of the weekend, according to the LA Times. But meanwhile, the rest of the country, how about that warm-up we saw? And the warm-up continues into the start of the first full week of March here. This weather update, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions on a back-to-work Monday, greatest day of the week, right? Well, we're going to have again, much like last week, we saw the warm-up and then a cold front bringing severe weather. It's not expected to be quite the same intensity of last week's outbreak. Nonetheless, there will be the ingredients coming together from now into Monday night, stretching from eastern Texas all the way into Michigan for some potent storms to develop. The threats would include hail, flooding, downpours, damaging winds, and again, isolated tornadoes. Here we go for a Monday. Storms projected to initiate across Wisconsin and Illinois, southward into Missouri by midday and afternoon today as this low-pressure system advances eastward across the Central Plains. Morning showers may dampen locations a bit further east into parts of Iowa, including the Des Moines area. Farther south on Monday, a separate branch of this storm is going to swing eastward across eastern Texas and the lower Mississippi Valley. Thunderstorms begin to bubble up across that zone through the daytime, lasting into the overnight hours. Eastern Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi. In some locations from Texas to the lower Mississippi Valley, the strongest storms struggle to develop during the morning and afternoon, resulting in isolated pockets of severe thunderstorms. But after sunset, storm intensity and coverage is actually expected to ramp up. Normally, it's the opposite of that. You get the sunshine, the daytime heating. Now, severe thunderstorms under the cover of darkness bring an added layer of danger, obviously, in any isolated tornadoes that develop during the nighttime hours will be very difficult to spot, hidden within the rain-wrapped blustery conditions. Folks in the thunderstorm risk area, have a safety plan, have a way to receive your weather alerts. Many locations across the plains contending with obviously early May-like temperatures ahead of those stormy conditions again later today, much like last week. We saw these temperatures rebound over the weekend. We're back 15 to as much as 30 degrees above the norm for this time of year. Chicago, temperatures continue their upward trend on into the day today. We saw 70 wrapping up the weekend. Chicago's forecast to be into the lower 70s for a Monday high. Similarly, Indianapolis projected to be into the 70s once again to start the new week. Many times when there's a cold front or a zone of low pressure moving into a region with record or near record warmth, it obviously raises concerns about severe weather. Now, by Tuesday, cities like Chicago, you're going to begin trending cooler. Daytime highs dropping back into the 50s. And as you look ahead through the week, by next weekend, high temperatures even colder into the 40s for daytime highs. Pretty much the same for cities like Indianapolis, that trending downward through the week. Looks like damp, stormy conditions continue to push eastward into the Ohio Valley and the southeast by Tuesday. Heaviest rains will be along the Gulf Coast Tuesday, from New Orleans to Panama City, Florida. Tuesday night, we'll be looking at that. The zone of low pressure then advances eastward to the eastern seaboard by midweek. So we'll see some wet weather in the interior northeast and portions of from New England all the way down to Florida. Rain, showers, a few thunderstorms. Through Thursday, this feature continues to shift northeastward from the southern Appalachians to the northeast coast. So we'll be talking some drenching rains along the I-95 corridor as it finally tracks offshore. We'll be talking about this system for several days to come. So welcome in. We survived the weekend. I spoke to Double R this past day. He had to go pick up a load that another driver was unable to get to because he was stuck on Donner. I think they had, a half dozen, 6 or 8 trucks that were actually stuck out there trying to cross the mountains. But hundreds of drivers found themselves in that same position over the weekend. Meanwhile, coming up, we're talking several weeks ago, we were talking about the potential for higher beef prices as we head toward grilling season. The summer will be here before you know it. the wildfire situation, the largest wildfire in Texas history, they update us, has devastated the state's agriculture, blazing through more than 1 million acres of land in the Panhandle. They say there are thousands of livestock dead. Crops destroyed, infrastructure literally gutted there. It's a sad scenario, what folks are dealing with in the Texas Panhandle. We'll give you all the latest on that coming up here. They anticipate the number of dead cattle will be rising exponentially in the coming days. How difficult is it going to be? Round the country, it's 844-844-3388. Larry checks in first out of the box to start the new week, saying good afternoon, hammer down. Everybody be safe. 55 degrees tonight at the New York-New Jersey state line. He's headed toward Hartford, Connecticut. Rubber Duck says, hey, y'all, he's home. Looks like an easy day. Looks like Kalamazoo for me today. It's a rather nice night out there. I'm sitting out on the back deck. We've got about 55 degrees and a light breeze. Enjoy that. Hello, Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew on the best day of the week. Hello, Marianne. Morning, Steve, overnight family. Had a nice birthday. Dental visit went good. No cavities. That's a good report. That's a good news. All right. Hello, Roy. First alert day in his neck of the woods, he says. Monday, they're telling us maybe from 3 p.m. till about 10 in the evening. Could see some strong storms, damaging winds, hail, a tornado or two impacting the northwest Illinois area. Yes, indeed, as we were just covering there later in the day today. Hello, Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning, Steve. I'm glad it's Monday. Country Bumpkin checking in. Hello to the Overnight Drive Nation. Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Thursday to me. It's a chilly, right, 65 degrees, mostly clear tonight at Memphis International Airport. I told Dingbat earlier I saw Wilson in Memphis, but he was detained by Border Patrol at the airport as an illegal trying to get into the country. Well, it's time to roll. Jonesboro, Arkansas, and Dyersburg, Tennessee, after a bit of a delay at the warehouse. Getting things started tonight. I'll try to check in a bit later in the program. Well, there he is, Captain Ron, checking in on this greatest day of the week, 63 degrees in Ocala, Florida at this hour. How about that? Good morning to the milkman. Copy in the mail, moving the milk, as he likes to say. Glenn, hello, Steve. All the listeners out there taking some time off for Bike Week. My band's going to be playing all week for the annual bike burning, so I've got my camping thing going on. Be safe, drivers. And watch for the bikes all over Florida this week. I didn't realize that. Bike Week. Okay. And the Arizona window truck out doing that thing once again, westbound and down at Kansas City with 63 degrees at this hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So indeed, the month of March underway, which means March Madness is just around the corner. I pulled up the latest. I wasn't exactly sure when is Selection Sunday, so it's a couple weeks ago. I'll see. Selection Sunday, March 17th. Then it all gets underway. Yeah, the first four on March the 19th and 20th, that'll be in Dayton, Ohio at UD Arena. First round action taking place March the 22nd, 21st through the 24th, actually. I was looking at some of the cities. These are places where you're going to have big crowds, lots of people, basketball fans pouring in during that first and second round. And it caught my attention. Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville runs March 21st through the 23rd. That's coinciding this year with rounds 1 and 2 of March Madness. Like I said, 21st through the 24th. Yeah, obviously, Louisville does not host any of those first or second round games. They're not on the list this year to host any of the games, actually. Rounds 1 and 2, though, Brooklyn, New York, Charlotte, North Carolina, Indianapolis, Indiana, Omaha, Nebraska. You got Pittsburgh, Salt Lake City, Spokane, Washington, and Memphis, Tennessee, all cities that will be hosting those first and second round games. You move on to the some of the regional, then, the East Regional, March 28th through the 30th. That'll be in Boston. The South Regional taking place in Dallas, Texas, March 29th through the 31st. Detroit will be hosting the Midwest Regional, 29th through the 31st. And Los Angeles hosting the West Regional, March 28th through the 30th. I guess when it gets down to it, those final four, those dates are April 6th and April the 8th, and that'll be taking place in Phoenix, Arizona. So, yes, indeed, Selection Sunday, a couple weeks away, and it gets kind of crazy this time of year, right? Back to Texas here, and we've got a Monday underway, so phone lines are open at 844-844-3388. The agriculture industry in Texas, a big driver of the state's economy, was already facing pressures from prolonged and widespread drought that forced ranchers to manage smaller herds, contributing to a decrease in beef production nationally. We had touched on that a few weeks ago. Now, the series of wildfires in the Panhandle last week, another blow as many ranchers tried to rebuild their herds and the overall operations during the cooler months of the year. Now, I had no idea. It says here over 85% of the state's cattle population is actually located on ranches in that Panhandle region, according to the Texas Department of Agriculture. In 2021, agriculture accounted for 9% of Texas gross state product. We're talking $186.1 billion to the state's economy. Now, numbers on how many cattle have been lost in the fires are not known, but experts say ranchers are going to face significant economic pressure from the damage. Even if you were fortunate to be able to get your animals out fast enough, the economic impact on those affected is going to be big, according to a professor of agriculture economics at the livestock at Texas A&M University. The fires have left very little food or water for livestock. Some farmers have lost everything. Property fences are gone. Hundreds of miles of power lines have burned, leaving no electricity to pump water from the wells, which farmers rely on to hydrate their cattle. They say it will take years for the land to recover and grow new vegetation for livestock in the area. Feed stores are already seeing many people in need of cattle food. 53-year-old Wade Mall says, "I've never seen a fire like this one." The owner of Mall Feed and Seed says ranchers, the hay supply has burned up. Lots of people are in desperate need to feed cows and other animals that didn't get injured. Any inventory that ranchers have saved up, being hay or grass, in many cases, it's gone. They're going to have to feed them every bite they can get for the next little bit. His store is offering discounts on hay, making free deliveries and taking donations. Mall said he feels fortunate he doesn't own any cattle. His land was actually not impacted, but we'll tell you what some folks from all over the country are trying to do to help those farmers there and the surviving cattle. And they say there will probably be many more that will ultimately have to be euthanized. So again, more on that coming up. 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The CDC changing the guidelines. If you get COVID, you do not have to lock yourself away for 5 days, but you should stay at home and away from others until at least 24 hours after symptoms get better and you don't have a fever without medication. President Joe Biden said the U.S. is reaching out with help for the people of the Gaza Strip. He talked about what he called the tragic and alarming event in North Gaza, where more than 100 people died as they rushed food aid trucks, and Israeli forces guarding those trucks opened fire. Michelle Troconis, who stood trial in connection with the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, her live-in boyfriend's estranged wife, has been found guilty on all counts. Troconis' sentencing set for May 31st. Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
On a Back to Work Monday underway. Hope you had a good weekend. All right, we were talking about the plight of the ranchers there in Texas. Various social media groups, community members sharing details on where you can donate hay to farmers whose land was engulfed by flames so they can feed their cattle. Some others are offering shelter to the livestock that has survived. Yeah, some ranchers coming as far as San Angelo to offer help. They share from the Texas Tribune. 21-year-old Pearson Sparks started his weekend early Friday. He loaded a couple of wheat round bales, 50 bales of alfalfa, 2 tons of cow feed, 2 pot loads of water, and $300 worth of vet supplies onto a couple of trucks. Sparks comes from a rodeo family. Owns cows, horses, goats, a donkey. A San Angelo resident. He said, we have a bunch of livestock as well, so this really hits close to home, knowing some of these people are losing all their animals. We're trying to reach out because we know if we were in their shoes, we would want the same. After loading up the supplies donated by family and friends, he made that drive more than 330 miles to Canadian Texas, right there near the border with Oklahoma. Press conference on Friday. Governor Abbott said people have lost livestock and horses. The people who lost livestock are not eligible for FEMA disaster assistance, but said the state is providing many grants to help ranchers in the recovery process, and they're trying to secure a location in each affected county where ranchers can get help from the Texas Division of Emergency Management and apply for those grants. We know the loss of cattle is extraordinary, he says, but it goes beyond that. We're looking at the big picture, holistically, ways we can assist both the ranchers and the farmers to recover here. The Texas Department of Agriculture said they're assisting Texas farmers through relief funds, which can be used to rebuild fences and cover other expenses related to agricultural disasters and restarting their operations. The TDA's Hay Hotline website helps farmers and ranchers who are in need of hay for their livestock. But the Agriculture Commission estimated that the cattle losses are in the thousands, with many more to come, as he put it. Some farmers may be forced to euthanize cattle due to burned hooves and udders. Wow, devastation for the farmers and ranchers there. And I had no idea. 85% of the cattle is in that panhandle region of Texas. Well, good morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning. Yes, you're right, sir. Yes. That is a big area. Oh, you got to look at it. Like where Gouger hauled out of over in Hereford. That is a lot. Hell, there's feedlots up in there that raise, that feed them out for like them areas. And yeah, as disaster. And I know Lubbock was a big gathering area for a bunch of it going in there. That's what they had on some website. I got an email from earlier today and on various other things that they were picking up. Yeah, that was a bad ordeal, and just I kind of got a little bit aggravated, but yeah, we got to step in and help everybody on that situation. But hey, thinking about that, have you seen what that dingbat New York is doing now?
No,
He is attacking the livestock industry again.
I saw that. Yes, yeah. Talking about the emissions from the cows, right?
Yeah. Now tell me something, Steve. I've got a question. Maybe you or maybe somebody else can help answer. Maybe this is the Grump question. She's a New York Attorney General. How come is her tentacles reaching across this whole dang country? Does she not have enough problems containing the hoodlums in New York, in that area, without? Because I think their central area, their headquarters is out of Greeley, Colorado, JBS, and I know I'm no fan of JBS, never have been. But it's just a stupidity that goes along with it. That I mean, what else is she going to attack? The vegetable growers next? Because no, that's what they eat. They want their veggies. I don't know. But thinking about that side, did you see where there was a tornado south to Larry, California yesterday afternoon?
I did. Yes. How about that? Very unusual.
Yeah, and they're right. What? Less than 200 miles away. They're in feet deep of snow. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like, well, yeah, it's just, when I seen that, it's like, yeah, they don't get one very often, but that was one case.
Some of the drone footage I was watching earlier, obviously the trucks that had been stuck, I don't know how many hours they'd been there, but with the winds, and you could tell which direction the wind was blowing because the drifts were literally up, I mean, above the driver's windows on some of these trucks.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and I haven't seen that footage of it yet. I probably will later. But 10 feet deep, that's a drop of snow, correct? That's like a... Okay, now, when we talk about the wind conditions up in there, did I not see someplace where there was a report of 190-mile-an-hour wind gust?
That was correct, yes.
Okay, you're going to push that snow. It's going to be higher than the top of houses. And where it does get on top of the house, hell, it could damn near crush the roof in now, couldn't it? Or could it not? Am I looking at something?
They're saying people that live, I mean, I guess it's sparsely populated, but they call it the back country out there in the higher elevations, that they had told them you may be several weeks before anybody can get out there to you. You're going to be without power. And be very, very cautious of trying to clean the snow off the roofs. But they're telling them you got to get it off because it'll collapse your house.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's just... I don't think we could call it once in a century, but once in a decade snowstorm out there.
Yeah.
But one thing about it, they're going to get the water supply rebuilt.
That's for sure.
Thinking about water supply, have you seen where upper parts of Colorado that they are saying will no longer be able to be farmed because we can't get the water to it? I forget what counties it is, but it's up there in the upper part of Colorado.
Okay.
But the irrigation wells, they can't go any deeper. But no, I stepped over to Louisville before after the truck show and watched a few games. I was thinking it was a little bit early this year when you were talking about the March Madness and all that. And did you say Louisville was not hosting any games?
I didn't see them on the list for any of the games. No. Nope. Not this
Wow.
year.
And normally I'm not a basketball fan. When it comes to March Madness, I will peer in and see if you like.
Exactly.
Like watch the Bearcats, watch Dayton's team. Always got a good team out of Dayton, and you always got Gonzaga out of the Washington area. But wow, if there is no, that was a big money bring in for Louisville if they ain't hosted games.
Yeah, normally, and I'm trying to recall, normally like during the truck show, it's down to normally it's like the Elite Eight, I think they're down to. So, I mean, it's early.
Exactly.
It's
That's when
earlier
me and
this
Bubba
year.
Bo stepped over there that one year.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they're rounds, first two rounds, opening weekend for the truck show this year.
Yeah, well, I better get off here. No, I ain't going to be able to attend. But no, we're 63 degrees and a little bit of light wind here and there. But work. That's about all we're doing over here in the Kansas City area. So.
All right. Well, appreciate you checking
Y'all
in,
have a good
Plowboy.
weekend.
You have a great night. Have a good week. Hello to Dingbat at the Home 20. A nice 62 degrees here at the Home 20 tonight. It has been a crazy weekend here at me and Braindead's place. Mosquito weather is upon us, and they're going nuts, and they're making me go dingbat crazy. I found Wilson. He's in Wichita, Kansas. If anybody sees him, you tell him I'm looking for him. I need my package back in advance. Hope everybody has a great night. Time for me and the pillow to have a nice argument. Everybody drive safe. Don't do anything crazy. Much love for everyone out there. All right, Dingbat, good night to you. There's Gilligan. Gilligan can't seem to catch a break. Hell, he was, what, week before last, he was out most of the week down on his back. He said, good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Sorry to report I've been laid up with a viral infection since last Wednesday. The wife, Lucy, a.k.a. Mary Ann, also has it. Unfortunately, it's an overcast night here in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. 43 degrees, according to the weather station, atop the GM A&B Enterprises skyscraper tonight. I hope to be back on the road soon, he says. Everybody keep it shiny side up. So, yeah, just can't catch a break. Kind of like Rambler's been going through a tough time as well, right? Hello, Timothy, Rocky Mount, Virginia. Good morning. It's a nice 50 degrees here. Hillbilly, what's going on? It's the greatest day of the week. Let's get this week started. Up here in Hebron, Indiana, 60 degrees with clear skies. Did you see that truck hanging off the bridge in Louisville? Yes, I did. What a great job the firefighters did rescuing that driver. My hat's off to them. All right, everybody, have a great night. Have a great show, Steve. Everybody be safe. Yeah, that was dramatic video. Yeah, with that truck dangling. How high up was she? I think they said she's like 70 feet above the water, hanging over the Ohio River there in Louisville. The report, Kentucky firefighters making a death-defying rescue of a truck driver who had veered off the Clark Memorial Bridge due to an accident. And there you had the cab of the semi dangling off the bridge over the water. Louisville firefighting crew made the rescue of the Cisco truck driver. The truck crashed through the bridge's guardrail and was actually wedged between a couple of steel beams that were thankfully secure enough to hold the truck in place for more than half an hour. Truck driver reportedly crossed a traffic lane with firefighting officials stating that 2 other vehicles had been involved in the accident as well. But the dramatic video that's made national attention has captured from multiple angles as a rescue worker is lowered down on a harness to the truck driver, who's still in the driver's seat, suspended some 70 feet above the water. Louisville Fire Chief Brian O'Neill says this is a once-in-a-career type of thing. A pretty serious wreck that included 2 vehicles plus the semi. The 2 vehicles were in pretty bad shape, the semi dangling off the edge of the 2nd Street Bridge. 1 crash victim escorted to a hospital. Fire officials stated the only other hospitalized person from the incident was the truck driver, and that was really, they say, for precautionary reasons. The chief said it took his crew about 40 minutes to set up their rope system and rappel down to the driver. The firefighter who made the rescue said she was just praying. She was praying a lot. So I prayed with her, he said. Cisco, of course, the food distribution company, released remarks in regards to the incident. We're enormously grateful to rescue services and law enforcement who quickly and safely resolved the accident. Thankful our Cisco colleague is safe, and we thank first responders for their courageous efforts rescuing our driver. Early reports had been kind of unclear as to how or why the truck crossed lanes before crashing through the guardrail, but obviously the bridge was closed for some period of time during that rescue operation there on Friday. But could you imagine being hanging face down? I mean, obviously must have had the seatbelt on, right? But that would just, you'd be praying, dear Lord, dear Lord. It is 844-844-3388. Back to work Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Chandler, Arizona tonight. 69 degrees. I picked up my load and we're headed back to Atlanta to unload. It'll be good to be back home. Saw a good fight at the golf course Friday. A couple of family members. As a character from one of the books I listened to said, it was a good rough and tumble. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. I don't know. Was somebody cheating or what? That's fighting on the golf course. Good times, right? Oh, by the way, I just got fuel. Put a good dose of everyday diesel treatment in to keep that fuel system clean and increase that mileage. Thank you for supporting the program, Buckeye Boy. All right, a little late to the program there, weren't you? I guess 20 minutes after the hour, he finally chimed in. Hello, Pappy! It's the greatest day of the week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust. In the hotshot secret hidden bunker, Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, turning on that stick shit eliminator power mic. Stay Bill your lane, because the overnight drive is about to be hammered down. Let's get that week started. Dial those numbers at 844-844-3388. Hit them digits. Don't be a scarecrow. 52 degrees, Harrison, Ohio tonight. Heat up that cup of joe, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, or do like Big Ed. Grind 'em if you can't find 'em. Are you with me? I did actually speak to Big Ed over the weekend as well. Said, I think we had got back from dinner there. I guess that was Friday night, and I said, okay, it's about 11 o'clock. He's in the central time zone, so you might be up, and sure enough, he was. Said he's going to try to check in more often, but all right. Are you with me? It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, Roy said that was definitely scary, that big truck hanging off the bridge like that. Indeed. All right, so we got kind of a tease over the weekend. The Supreme Court pretty much coming out and saying they are going to issue a ruling of some sort today, Monday, the 4th of March. They didn't specify which case it would be, but all the expectation is it's probably the case of whether Donald Trump can be kicked off the ballot over his efforts in 2020 to overturn the election, as they put it, right? Challenging the groundbreaking decision by the Colorado Supreme Court, saying he's disqualified from being president again and ineligible for that state's primary, which is on Super Tuesday. So it would be prudent to get that ruling out today, right? The resolution of the case today, a day before Super Tuesday's contests in 16 states, would remove any uncertainty about whether votes for Trump will ultimately count. Both sides had requested fast work by the court. Of course, they heard arguments on this on February the 8th. It's less than a month ago, but I think that's plenty of time to go through. And the Colorado court was the first to ever invoke a post-Civil War constitutional provision aimed at preventing those who engaged in insurrection from holding office, as we know. Trump, they said, was barred from the primary ballot in Illinois and Maine as well, though both of those decisions, along with Colorado's, are on hold, awaiting the outcome of the Colorado Supreme Court case. This is probably going to set the record straight across the board. The Supreme Court until now has never ruled on that provision, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So that was the breakdown. They indicated this past day that there's going to be at least one case decided today, but they kind of adhered to the custom of not saying which one. But it also departed from its usual practice in some respects, highlighting the expectation that it is the Trump ballot case that's going to be coming down at some point in time today. Yeah, well, that would be good to know. Yeah, before the voters go out on Super Tuesday, right? There were some ballots cast over the weekend. Well, Nikki Haley, she actually picked up a win. It was the Washington, D.C. Republican primary this past day. Her first victory in the nominating process, more or less a symbolic win. With 99% of the ballots counted, Haley had 62.8%. But get a load of this, the numbers, 1,274 votes. Donald Trump, the only other candidate, had 33.3%, 676 votes. You're telling me less than 2,000 people participated in the Washington, D.C. primary? So there were 19 delegates at stake there. Now, Nikki Haley gets all 19 of those delegates. Less than 2,000 votes, though. All right. News break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. Amid escalating humanitarian concerns in Gaza, the U.S. is set to initiate airdrops of aid into the region. John Kirby, spokesperson for the National Security Council, confirmed that the airdrops will start in the coming days. Additionally, efforts are being made to establish a maritime corridor for delivering aid by sea. The situation in Gaza reaching a critical point, with Israeli military operations against Hamas exacerbating the humanitarian crisis. The CDC has updated its COVID guidelines. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The Centers for Disease Control says Americans with COVID no longer need to isolate for 5 days. Released on Friday, the new guidance covers COVID and other respiratory infections. According to the updated guidelines, individuals with COVID can resume normal daily activities if they've been fever-free for 24 hours without medication or if their symptoms have been improving. Additionally, the CDC advises those ending isolation to wear masks and minimize close contact with others.
Closing arguments have concluded in the Georgia hearing regarding whether Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis should be removed from Donald Trump's election interference case due to her relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. The key points in question are the timing of their relationship's onset relative to Wade's appointment and whether Willis benefited financially from that appointment. Willis and Wade assert equal sharing of travel expenses and that their relationship began after Wade's appointment. The judge anticipates delivering a decision within the next 2 weeks. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Philadelphia Phillies doing away with dollar hot dog night for safety reasons. Apparently, some unruly fans last season got their food fight on and all in good fun started throwing the hot dogs at one another with quite a few landing on the field. Dollar Dog Night has now been replaced on select dates with a 2-for-1 deal. Very Special Agent Anthony DiNozzo is back. Paramount Plus has confirmed that Michael Weatherly's NCIS character, along with his former co-star Cody DiPablo, who played Ziva David, will star in and executive produce a new 10-episode still untitled NCIS series. A description of the show follows Tony, Ziva, and their daughter while they go on the run across Europe trying to figure out who's after them. No word yet on when that series will air on Paramount Plus. Hatch Watch underway in the Southern California mountains. 3 bald-eagled chicks could hatch this week. The mother, Jackie, laid the eggs in late January at the top of a tree overlooking Big Bear Lake in the San Bernardino Mountains east of L.A. She's now been incubating those eggs for the last 61 hours, although Dad, whose name is Shadow, takes his turn too. The chicks could break out of their shells any time now. You can see the nest cam at friendsofbigbearvalley.org. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, we kick off round number 2. Here we go. Get that new week started. Hope you had a good weekend. But did it ever go by fast? A little more on our big western storm. Forecasters pretty much nailed this one on the head. I mean, because they were telling us days in advance. 10 plus feet of snow could pile up in some areas, and the numbers kept trending higher to 12, then maybe even 15 feet for some. Get a weather update. This update, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions. So yes, the month of March came in like a lion in northern and central California as folks reeling from the effects of the season's largest snowstorm to date. Even after the last flakes fall in the high terrain, experts tell us the lingering hazards will continue in the coming days and even weeks. AccuWeather's California expert Kent Clark said the snow drifts are astronomical. After feet of snow, snarling travel, stranding motorists in life-threatening conditions over I-80's Donner. People that live in the Sierra, and there's quite a few people that live there or vacation there. They're not going to be able to get out for some time to come, he says. Now, the heaviest precip moved across the Sierra Nevada Sunday morning before tapering off to snow showers as we wrap up the weekend here. When all is said and done, 6 to 10 feet. In Donner Pass, totals could approach 15 feet, which would translate to 180 inches of snow for some areas. The storm produced wind gusts in excess of 160 miles per hour in the mountains Friday night and will continue to generate windy weather, resulting in more blowing and drifting snow. That's why they still actually have the blizzard warnings. Snow doesn't have to actually be falling from the sky to be blizzard conditions. All right, the snowpack that is building up there, yes, that's good news. It's the lifeline for much of California's water supply later in the year. With the gradually melting snow in the spring and the summer, that keeps the streams flowing, topping off the lakes and the reservoirs. Although forecasters are tracking another push of moisture that's expected to bring areas of rain and higher elevation snow to northern parts of the state later today through Tuesday. Additional snow could total maybe a foot or more across the mountains of northern California. That would include Donner Pass, another round of accumulating snow and slippery travel. This time the moisture is not going to spread as far south across the Sierra Nevada compared to the weekend storm. Around the middle of this week, that storm does drop into central and southern California. It will not have as much moisture to work with, so it'll be light rain and lighter mountain snow. You're probably going to string together maybe a few consecutive days of dry weather during the latter half of this week, finally, which, of course, the snow removal operations will continue in the hardest hit areas. Where do you put that much snowfall? But in the days following this storm, residents and property owners are going to need to be wary of the lingering dangers of the snow accumulation. Effects from this storm are going to linger many days after the snow ends. Power outages as a result of the heavy snow and the high winds could take multiple days or longer in some of those isolated areas to be resolved. Nothing like being buried in snow and have no power, right? Copy the mail, 5-7 at the home 20 tonight. For whatever reason, hope everything's okay. Pap chimed in. talking about the farmers and the ranchers earlier, which said they were not eligible for FEMA funds. He says, that's a bunch of BS. FEMA won't help those ranchers, but they're there with open arms for the rich folks who need to rebuild their mansions that get destroyed by hurricanes every other year on the ocean. Valid point. Hello to Billy, Morning Steve, the Overnight Drive folks. Everybody have a great day. Carol said the ruling in regards the Supreme Court ruling should be out at 10 o'clock this morning. I guess that's the official word coming down. All right. Be curious to see how things go. We did kind of leave off there mentioning Nikki Haley picked up a few delegates over the weekend. Trump, though, continues his march to the nomination over the weekend, winning caucuses in Idaho and Missouri and sweeping the delegate haul at a party convention in the state of Michigan. Trump earned every delegate at stake on Saturday, bringing his count to 244 delegates compared to 24 for Nikki Haley. Now, of course, I think the 19 she won yesterday, I think you have to add that to the 24. Of course, Super Tuesday this week, 16 states will hold primaries, the largest day of voting this year outside of November's general election. Trump is on track to lock up the nomination days later. Now, they did kind of break down the odds facing Nikki Haley were on display in Columbia, Missouri over the weekend, where Republicans gathered at a church to caucus there. One caucus goer, Seth Christensen, stood on stage and called for them to vote for Haley. He was not well received. Another caucus goer shouting out from the audience, "Are you a Republican?" An organizer quieting the crowd down, letting Christensen finish his speech. Nikki went on to win 37 of the 263 Republicans who were in attendance in Boone County there. This just one of the caucus locations. Michigan Republicans at their convention in Grand Rapids began allocating 39 of the state's 55 presidential delegates. Trump won all 39 delegates allocated there. Trump handily won Michigan's primary last Tuesday with 68% of the vote to Haley's 27%. Yeah, so why did they split? Michigan Republicans were forced to split the delegate allocation into two parts after Democrats who controlled the state government moved Michigan into the early primary states, kind of violating the National Republican Party's rules. Voters lining up outside a church in Columbia, home to the University of Missouri, before the doors opened. Once inside, hearing appeals from supporters of the various candidates. One elector said, every 100 days we're spending $1 trillion. Money going all over the world. Illegals running across the border. He said, you know where Donald Trump stands on a lot of these issues. All right. One caucus goer says, I don't need to hear about Mr. Trump's dalliances with people of unsavory character, nor do my children. He had his kids with him there. And if we put that man in office, that's what we're going to hear about all the time, and I'm done with it. So at the caucus, that's where the caucus goers quickly moved to one side of the room would be Haley supporters, the other side would be Trump supporters, and that's when they ultimately had 37 supporting Nikki versus 263 for Trump there. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Well, hello, Brain Dead. One day closer to your weekend.
Yeah, thank God I can actually rest because my ex-wife said, hey, finish cleaning out the shed before all the wash starts. Okay. So that's what me and Dingbat did all weekend. Yay, me. You were talking about that snow and stuff up there on Donner. And Dingbat was asking me, well, if you were over the road, how would you go? I said, I'd go around it. I would go down to Bakersfield and go over to Oak City and come around, because a lot of those people on Donner fail to realize you still got to go through Wyoming, and it's kind of a crapshoot right now as to what the weather conditions are like over there. But a lot of these companies, they don't want to pay the extra miles, which I'm thinking it's like $250 to go around it. But they want that freight there delivered at a certain time. And that, excuse me, the flip-flop drivers just go the way the GPS says, instead of looking at the weather and see what's going to happen, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I don't miss it at all, because you know what? I've been doing that protest in Chicago and New York City for the last 15 years, because they can have it. I'll stay right here in my little backyard. So, how was your weekend, though?
Short and sweet, but had a decent weekend.
Yeah, well, I watched basketball Saturday, and you know, Tennessee and Alabama, it was a nail biter. I mean, I want to know where this Tennessee team was at earlier in the year. I mean, we beat what was it, Auburn in Knoxville pretty handily. Alabama gave us a fit. Now in South Carolina, we have coming up Wednesday. They've been playing good all year, and I don't know why they have such a good record, but they're not ranked. But we got the Gators that are collapsing after having a good start out of the blocks, and they're now starting to collapse, but they're still ranked.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course, you know, we got Kentucky. I mean, Kentucky coming up next Saturday. And I tell you this, Steve, me and Eskimo Mom were talking about this over the weekend. The one person I really miss this time of the year is old Brad Mays. I miss him greatly. Remember him?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Now, I'll rewind it for all your new listeners. Brad Mays was the producer of Steve's back when he was on the communist channel, shall we say, there at Cincinnati. And me and him used to get into fights whenever Tennessee and Kentucky would play. And then especially this time of the year, because he knew his basketball. And I tell you what, Steve, I really do miss him. But March Madness, yeah, like you said, March Madness is coming up. It's crazy, because I'll tell you right now, on Selection Sunday, there'll be 4 teams automatically already in it, and that's the Blue Bloods. Kentucky, Kansas, Duke, and North Carolina. They're always in that. It doesn't matter how crappy they play, they're going to be in it. Now, I think North Carolina or Duke, one of them two, is taking they're not going to go to the tournament this year for self-imposed penalty, but I'm thinking that was last year. So, But yeah, it's getting that time now. The teams, though, the cities you were talking about, how they pick the cities, I don't know their criteria, but I know they like to rotate them every so often. I saw somewhere how they picked the Super Bowl team, the city for the Super Bowl, and the stadium has to be X number of years old or newer, has to seat X number of people, has to have a major international airport. They have to have major thoroughfares to the airports. They have to have X number of hotels. I don't remember all the specifics. So pretty much they said that the Buffalo Bills will never host a Super Bowl. The Green Bay Lambeau Field will never host a Super Bowl. Now I found that kind of bad, because Lambeau Field's one of the first major NFL stadiums, if I'm remembering my history right.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, by the way, you talking politics here. You know, I don't really follow a lot of politics, but did you see the poll that they did about Joe Biden? Did you see this?
Where 70% say he's not up to a second term. He's not physically up to it mentally.
No. Oh, you missed that one.
Oh, okay.
See, I saw somewhere in a little blurb that little blurb that they took a national poll.
Yeah.
On if President Biden was to be thrown out of office right now, what job he'd be most qualified for.
Oh boy.
You know what they picked?
What is it?
They picked it. He would be perfectly suited to be a magician because he's the only person that can make a border and a 401k disappear at the same time, Steve.
Oh,
have a good one.
Thank you, Brain Dead. Have a good morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like Miss Millie is on board here on a Monday. Hi there. Going back to Brain Dead mentioned Bradley. Miss Millie said, I loved Bradley. I've worked with him before he produced Steve's program on that other station. Now, I'd called in and talked to him on some of the longer news breaks. His brother Brandon was a great guy, too. Yep, gone way too early, huh? All right, we've got an eclipse coming up here in a matter of weeks. A couple of stories popped up in regards to that over the weekend. First, which says scientists are asking the public to be on the lookout and take notes of any strange behavior exhibited by our pets during the upcoming total solar eclipse, April the 8th. According to Andrew Farnsworth, scientist at Cornell University's Lab of Ornithology, animals simply don't know what to do with eclipses because the sky phenomenons are not something that their biology's adapted for. Now, they do say in response to the anticipated event, a project named SolarEclipseSafari.org has been initiated. Inviting people to document their observations of the wild, the farm, or domestic animals during the eclipse. I know they say some of the nocturnal animals will come out, and the owls might start cooing, hoo-hoo, right? And then, all right, so there's a comet out there, a.k.a. the Devil Comet. That's its name. It could rear its green-tinged hornless head during that total solar eclipse on April the 8th. Now, we can't see it because it's in proximity to the sun. You can't look at the sun ever. but it is a city-sized comet currently racing toward Earth, and it may actually show up in some of the photos of the rare astronomical event. If it erupts before totality, the phase of the eclipse when the sun is completely blocked, it could be visible maybe even to the naked eye, according to one expert. Comet 12P Pons-Brooks, 12P, also known as the Devil Comet, a 10.5-mile-wide comet that circles the sun on a highly elliptical orbit once roughly every 71 years. They say 12P is a cryovolcanic or ice volcano comet. That means it occasionally erupts when radiation from the sun cracks open the icy shell or nucleus, allowing it to shoot a combination of ice and gas known as cryomagma from its frosty innards into space. When that happens, the cryomagma expands the comet's comma, or the cloud of gas and dust around the nucleus, making it appear much brighter for the next few days. Now, back last July, astronomers watched 12P kind of blow its top for the first time in 69 years, and ever since, it's erupted reasonably frequently. Yeah, the early eruptions has expanded the comma, and it's kind of grown lopsided. It makes it look like it has horns, which gave it the nickname the Devil Comet. During some of the more recent eruptions, the horns have been absent. But I guess timing-wise, so when this total eclipse is taking place and it gets dark for those few minutes in totality, that comet's going to be in close proximity to the sun. So we might be able to get photographs. And again, if it's bright enough, it could be visible to the naked eye. It's all things, I guess, things for folks to look forward to. High expectations, but news break. We'll get back to the calls right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The CDC changing the guidelines. If you get COVID, you do not have to lock yourself away for 5 days, but you should stay at home and away from others until at least 24 hours after symptoms get better and you don't have a fever without medication. President Joe Biden said the U.S. is reaching out with help for the people of the Gaza Strip. He talked about what he called the tragic and alarming event in North Gaza, where more than 100 people died as they rushed food aid trucks, and Israeli forces guarding those trucks opened fire. Michelle Troconis, who stood trial in connection with the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, her live-in boyfriend's estranged wife, has been found guilty on all counts. Troconis' sentencing set for May 31st. Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3600. 3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I'm looking here. Top of the morning from Santa Claus, who says it is 52 degrees. We're dry now in Sacramento. But Donner Summit, I-80, may be reopened tomorrow, as according to Caltrans. As you know, it's been shut down since Friday. Supposedly, one of the big issues is that 8 of the 10 giant snowblowers are out of commission. Yeah, I posted a drone video of the big trucks stranded out there. I saw that. He posted that on my Facebook page. Now, I said, as of an hour ago, 96 inches has been recorded since Friday. I'll send you the Caltrans current road conditions over I-80. To which, okay, there's the screenshot from Caltrans, I-80. High wind advisory is in effect at the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. Travel not recommended for campers, trailers, or permit loads. In the Northern California area, Sierra Nevada closed from Colfax to the Nevada state line. Closed to all tractor semi-trailer combinations from Applegate to the Nevada state line due to traction concerns. Let's see. A Business 80, the Capital City Freeway, says no traffic restrictions reported for the area at this point in time. So, all right, thank you very much, Santa Claus. So I mentioned that video here a few minutes ago of all the trucks, and I mean just trucks as far as the eye could see, lined up, stuck out there on Donner. Crazy. Well, hey, Mike, it's a Monday.
Yeah, the greatest day of the week, Your Honor. I got to keep, I don't know, we should come up with a different thing. You know, the Mike is for Wednesday there, and you talk about Bradley there. He was the real instigator, initiator of keeping that alive. So kind of still do it in his memory and tradition for him. But for the Wednesday deal there, but anyways, you know, because we got the thing for Becky on Friday, and you know, now the greatest day of the week. We should come up with something special for every day of the week there we do. And of course, don't forget Thursday there is Friday Eve. That's the another important day of the week. So, but anyways, there. So let's see. The federal government won't come up with any money to help the farmers down in Texas, but they'll give EBT cards and phones and hotel rooms and
food.
Plenty of food for them to throw in the trash can to all the illegals coming across the border.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, but they won't help our farmers or veterans, or we've discussed that to nauseam, I think, but it's not surprising. So speaking of nauseam, I get back yesterday from doing things in the morning and still hadn't had breakfast. So the TV was on, and it kind of just stays on to one channel. Barely watch TV, but it's just kind of on as background noise. And so this TV show called Meet the Press is on the screen there.
Yeah.
Kind of half paying attention to it. And so there's this woman on there that looks kind of like she's probably about the same age as Diane Feinstein there, but she's got these big Botox lips, and she's flapping them gums there about the upcoming election. They asked her if what was exactly how it was, if what it was that was kind of going to influence the election, because right now they're saying that with the primaries, they're being influenced by Donald Trump's court appearances. And the court appearances with him, you know, winning or, you know, not being convicted, and, you know, either things being put on hold or everything going south for the ones trying to prosecute him, that's actually making him stronger in the polls and in, you know, the elections, that he more votes because of that.
Mm-hmm.
So they asked if that was going to carry on into the primary election, you know, the general election. So this woman, as I say, she's got to look kind of Feinstein look, except for these big boats. And I probably shouldn't categorize people like that, should I? I'm sorry. That's bad of me. I shouldn't do that. So anyways, she says, well, in the general election, it's going to come back to the, you know, what was wrong with him. Of course, this is the Democrats talking, because we're watching the other side here. We have to see what the other side says once in a while. She says it's all going to go back to the January 6th deal, and it's all going to come back to haunt him like it did 2 years ago when there was supposed to have been this great big red wave. And I'm sitting there thinking, how do they make this crap up?
Right.
Your Honor, remember what happened 2 years ago when about 2 years ago, about this time, maybe another month or so later than this, before the elections, when the supposed red wave was talked about and all that. Do you remember what was going on and what came out?
Something called Roe versus Wade. Yes.
Wade.
And everything focused pretty much on abortion.
Yeah, that election had nothing to do with January 6th and who caused the insurrection and who. No, the whole red wave that didn't happen was because of the abortion thing, and that was the Supreme Court never should have turned that out in an election year. It just never should have happened, because they should have known. Or maybe they did do it because of an election year, because they had to have known that would have had an effect on the upcoming election. But anyway, so kind of like whatever they come out with now is going to have effect on the election, the upcoming election. So anyways, the other thing that's on there, I guess, I don't know if they just had video of her or if she was actually on and I missed it because it was on earlier. But apparently Nikki Haley is on there, and they're asking her about her, campaign and continuing on, and apparently, why she is and that. And, she said whatever reasons that we've already gone over, that, she just never going to go for Trump and all that. But I guess in the beginning of the whole campaigning thing, the Republican National Committee had this document designed saying, hey, if whoever ends up getting the nomination, all of the other candidates that were trying for the nomination will back whoever the nominee is. And they all agreed to it, including Nikki Haley.
Not anymore.
Well, guess who's not going to stand behind and agree to it anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's because the RNC that she signed the document for is not the RNC of today, because the RNC today is the mega RNCA that Donald Trump's, and she won't do it. And so then they kind of expanded on a little bit more about Nikki Haley and said that, well, the reason she's staying out here and doing all this that she is right now is to get her foot in the door. So when 2028 rolls around, because she's only 52 years old, which is really kind of young for politicians.
Right.
They all looked at each other and, they knew they were talking about Joe Biden, and they just got done talking about Mitch McConnell a little bit and him stepping down. And I'll tell you what, I think that has them scared too, because who the Republicans picked to be the leader of the Senate, if we happen to get somebody in there that's kind of, on the younger side, that's more of a believer of making sure our country is taken care of first. Oh, that's a mega person, isn't it? Yeah, if we get somebody in there elected in to be the leader of the Senate for the Republican Party that's on the Trump side, the mega side, that might be there because he'd be a young, that would be a younger person that might possibly be there for a long time, because how long was Mitch McConnell in charge of it? Yeah. So anyways, the Democrats are really kind of scared right now, because not only can they possibly have Trump in there for 4 years, they could have a speaker, not a speaker. Is it? No. Is it? No. It's, I don't know. Whatever would be there for in charge of and be the top dog of the Republican Party there, whether they're the minority or majority. Yeah, we get it there.
We got you. Yeah, Senate leaders.
But yep, there you go. Yep, for the Republican side. But anyways, I just thought that was kind of fun to watch, and it is once in a while fun to watch the other side, because if you really, they're trying to put up a good front, but if you really watch them, they're kind of shaking in their boots, Your Honor, because they just aren't sure what's going to happen, and this variable of Donald Trump again is just got them completely off guard, that they haven't found a way to stop him with everything they keep throwing out there and trying to make stick, just kind of peels off the wall there like it's been sprayed with Teflon or something. Maybe that's what we ought to call. Teflon Don. We haven't heard that term in a long time. How about that? Maybe we go back to calling them Teflon Don, because everything they throw at them can't stick. So, but other than that, what's this deal in Washington now? I'm down here pretty much on a regular basis, and you realize that. And I see these things they got on the back of the cars and the front of the cars called license plates. Have you ever seen a Washington, D.C. license plate, Your Honor? On it it says, like Wyoming will say Wander.
Yeah.
And Idaho says famous potatoes. And New Hampshire is live free or die. And I don't know, they don't seem to stick by that very well. But in Washington, it says taxation without representation. Now, what did you just say happened in Washington? What did you say happened in Washington, D.C.? That Nikki Haley did?
She won the Republican primary yesterday.
What primary? They don't have any representation. How can they have a primary? They have local.
I don't know. They've got 19 delegates apparently.
Well, we got to look into this because something's not right. Because right there on their license plates it says taxation without representation for the District of Columbia because they're not a state.
Correct.
I don't know. Maybe I guess I don't know, but maybe it's like Puerto Rico that they get to vote. But I'm just saying it states right on the license plates taxation without representation, which means they don't get to play in the political game. They have all their local stuff, their mayor and all the local jurisdictions, but I didn't think they voted in the federal thing because they aren't allowed. They're supposed to be neutral. They're like Switzerland. They're not because of the government being there. I don't know. Maybe we got to look into this. Something sounds like a scam to me, Your Honor. Anyways, with that, we'll let you go. We got a clear day today, but rain's coming. Then it's clear, and then rain's coming, and then it's clear, and rain's coming. And
welcome to springtime,
Your Honor. I think I'd rather have the 10 feet of snow out there in Donner than all this mud. Anyways, we'll catch you a little later if we have to there for the loneliest hour.
There you go. It's a Monday.
All the rest of this can go.
All right. Have a good morning. Safe travels. All right. The contract. The deal reached last week between the Teamsters and Anheuser-Busch, averting a strike that could have started last Friday. I guess we got some details. Wage increases of $8 an hour over the 5 years of the deal. $4 per hour raise kicks in immediately. Of course, they announced the deal late Wednesday. It's awaiting ratification in the coming days by the roughly 5,000 workers across the company's operations. The new contract also calls for a $2,500 ratification bonus. Now, as to whether ratification is likely, any worker dissatisfaction with Teamsters contracts generally shows up through the dissident Teamsters for a Democratic Union, which is often critical of deals struck by the union negotiators. However, TDU notably was supportive of the union's deal with UPS and more recently backed a new contract at U.S. Foods. TDU comments on its website regarding the deal at Anheuser-Busch were non-committal. It noted the length of the deal, the wage increases, and other changes in benefits, and said only the Teamsters members at the brewery would be able to review all the contract changes before the ratification vote, which is expected to be held this week. Now, the breakdown of how many of those 5,000 workers are truck drivers and warehouse employees not immediately available from the union, they say. In the prepared statement, Anheuser-Busch said the deal builds even further upon our existing industry-leading package of wages, health care, and retirement benefits. And includes significant commitments to job security. All right, I guess the highlights, the Teamsters statement on the deal was a little bit more detailed. Some of the bullet points listed, the union said that besides the hourly wage increases, the pact will provide significant job security for all 5,000 Teamsters at Anheuser-Busch, including brewers, packagers, and warehouse workers. An average wage increase of 23% over the 5 years of the deal, an end to the two-tier health care, providing all workers with the same Teamsters health care coverage, increased pension contributions and benefits nationwide, increased maximum vacation accrual to 8 paid weeks, and restoration of retirement benefits for active and retired members. So I don't know how many years you've got to get in. I'm thinking it has to be like 15, 20 years to get the maximum. I mean, that's 2 months paid vacation time, 8 paid weeks. Hell yeah. About 9 before the hour. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, let me see. I do believe last week we mentioned all these super loads that are going to be rolling through southern Ohio. More than 20 of them, as a matter of fact. The Ohio DOT, and a news release, gave a little more detail. The loads apparently associated with the Intel semiconductor facilities. They will not contain any hazmat. Intel investing more than $20 billion on a 1,000-plus acre site in Licking County, Ohio. That's near Columbus. As many as 8 Intel chip factories could be accommodated at this location. For months, they've been coordinating with the state patrol, local stakeholders along the routes to ensure each move goes as smoothly as possible. Trying to maintain or provide as much notice as possible so drivers can plan ahead and take alternate routes. These are going to be very, very slow-moving loads, so big-time delays. Now, the first of these moves is scheduled to begin as soon as this week. Loads as heavy as 900,000 pounds and as long as 270 feet. The administrator of the Ohio DOT's office, Special Hauling Permits, says moving loads like these, it's not new for the DOT and various partners. But what makes this situation unique is the sheer number of these types of loads that are going to be arriving in short succession, one after another. They will follow a specific route from the dock site on the river near Manchester to just south of Columbus, Ohio. At that point, one of 2 routes will be used, depending on if the load is destined for Hebron, Ohio, or the New Albany location, which there's not too far apart there, but I guess they've already done all the work with moving light poles and fixtures and power lines and things along that route. But the first load, I guess, could begin this week. It is 844-3388. Looking at the clock here, we're about a minute from news break, so Eagle is going to be checking in. Hang in there. We'll get you first out of the box when we kick off our next hour. Hour number 3. Word from the U.S. Postal Service when it comes to mailing letters. A lot of people do it, dropping those envelopes in those U.S. Postal Service blue collection bins. You know, your neighborhood mailbox all over America. The U.S. Postal Service actually coming out warning would-be mailers that those blue boxes may not be the safest option in this day and age. In a press release, the Postal Service explained, unfortunately, the collection bins have become very attractive to thieves looking to steal identities or checks, especially at specific times and on specific days. What would those times and days be? We'll give you more on what the Postal Service has had to say. And we've been sharing how many postal carriers have been robbed of their keys, those universal keys that open those mailboxes on a more frequent basis. All right, news break time as we close out another hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is notching 3 more caucus victories in the states of Idaho, Michigan, and Missouri. Trump's only challenger remained former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, but he beat her handily in those 3 caucuses. However, Haley has vowed to stay in the race through Super Tuesday, March 5th. That's when more than a dozen states in the U.S. territory of American Samoa will be holding presidential primary elections on Tuesday. Soon, thousands of hours of security footage. The January 6th U.S. Capitol riot will be made public.
House Speaker Mike Johnson has announced the release of 5,000 hours of video from the U.S. Capitol grounds. The Speaker has changed course from the original plan to blur the faces of rioters, citing logistical challenges. The initial batch of footage is now accessible on the video platform Rumble, with more expected to be released.
USA's John Schaefer. The Sierra Nevada mountain range between California and Nevada is getting blanketed with as much as 8 feet of new snow and higher elevation elevations. There's also intense near hurricane force wind blowing all that snow near the Tahoe Basin. Along a roughly 300-mile stretch of the mountain range, there are concerns about avalanches as well, especially on the eastern slope. Immigrants sheltering in New York seem to be turning up in hidden, crowded, private shelter spaces now. There were a couple of discoveries made in the past week. One in Queens, one in the Bronx. The New York City mayor's office acknowledging there are now roughly 60% of immigrants seeking shelter outside of the city's care.
And to the extent that we find out that individuals are living in an unsafe condition, we will do what we have done, right? We will go in, we will vacate those locations, and we will try to find additional resources for them.
Camille Joseph Varlak, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, Chief of Staff. And actress Anne Whitfield is dead at 85. She reportedly had an unexpected accident while on a walk in her neighborhood. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Israel has reportedly agreed to a 6-week hostage and ceasefire deal in Gaza. The Guardian says talks happened in Qatar on Saturday and are expected to move to Cairo Sunday. The report says the proposed agreement would begin with the release of elderly, wounded, and female hostages. It's still unclear if Hamas would accept the deal. The news comes hours after the U.S. made its first airdrop of humanitarian aid into Gaza. If you're a regular pot smoker, you may want to listen up. That smoking could just be shortening your life.
A recent study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, led by researchers from UCSF and supported by the National Institutes of Health, suggests that frequent marijuana use may heighten the risk of heart attack and stroke. Those who consume cannabis daily, particularly through smoking, could elevate the risk of heart attack by 25% and stroke by 42%. Even occasional weekly use, the analysis indicates, poses potential risks to heart and brain health.
USA's John Schaefer. Elon Musk is suing OpenAI and its CEO. Musk co-founded the artificial intelligence company and claims it's drifted from its original nonprofit mission by partnering with Microsoft in a $13 billion deal, all while keeping its code a secret. Musk is demanding OpenAI bigwigs repay all of the profits they've made. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
we're back on a Monday. Ah, yes. Greatest day of the week. Says who? Cap and Ron. What's 5-7 got going on here? So I pulled Saturday and Sunday, cleaned up the sawmill. No loads this morning. Wife's doctor appointment this morning. All's good till the 28th when the med card runs out. VA hasn't given me a sleep study date yet. I'll try for an extension when I get to it. Nearly losing my wife. Yeah, both lungs near collapse. Got her home, rented oxygen with all the meds and the doctor's appointment. Now this chiropractor DOT examiner threatening my only income. It's in God's hands now. My neck's been 19 inches, well over 10 years. That's why they're making him do the sleep study thing. Yeah, necks are... see, it would have been nice if he had told me last year to get this test, and if needed, the machine. Before I returned this year, that would have been nice, right? But they only give him a 30-day card. Okay? So, I'm guessing you must have seen is this a new examiner, someone you've not seen before? And because for all those years, you haven't had any problems. Nobody said anything about sleep apnea before. Seems like some of these doctors are just, they want to send everybody in for a sleep study. Either way, all right. Quickly, before we get back to the calls, I mentioned, your local mailbox. They said there are certain days, certain times. The biggest variant enticing these criminals to steal are customers depositing mail into the blue collection boxes after the last collection of the day or on Sundays or federal holidays. To protect residents wanting to use their services, we have some advice. If customers simply used retail service or inside wall drop slots to send their U.S. mail instead of deposited in the outside overnight or through the weekend, blue collection boxes would not be as enticing after business hours to mail thieves for identity theft and check washing schemes. They suggest the most secure way to send mail is through the local post office retail counter. If that's not feasible, the next safest way is use the inside collection slots to deposit that mail directly into the post office. If using the Postal Service's outdoor blue collection boxes, never deposit mail after the last dispatch time. Each box has dispatch times printed on a label, and it'll point you to the location for the latest pickup time in your area. Avoid depositing mail during the night, Sundays, or federal holidays. In the chance you happen to pass by one of these blue mailboxes and just spot somebody that doesn't look like a postal employee rummaging through the box, especially during non-postal work hours, we ask you to report that to your local police or call the postal inspectors. Best of all, if you stop a bad guy, it will not go unnoticed. To incentivize people to call on suspicious activity and help curb mail theft, the U.S. Postal Service is offering rewards of up to $10,000 to anyone whose tip helps catch the thieves. 10 grand, 10 smackers. All right. Buckeye Boy said in our area, they've either taken out or blocked off the blue mailboxes in our area. Yeah, some places are becoming hotbeds for the thieves to get in, right? Well, let's see what Eagle has going on a Monday. Hello, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what's going on now. Yeah, I read something on my phone about about what's going on with the situation with what the hell of the country is that? Israel. But yeah, I'll maybe have to get in on that tomorrow night. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, I want to focus on a couple of things tonight, man. I'm real disappointed, Steve. I told you this a couple of months ago at the beginning of the year, and that still stands true. What I said, where it concerns the United States and what's going on. It's obvious, Steve, that the fix is on. They want to try to steal this deal again. If they got one of three options with Trump, they either want him in jail, they want him out of the election, or you know what the third spot is. And these people are capable of anything. So if that's the case, Steve, after seeing what's going to occur, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Hello. Okay, yeah. You can listen to what I got to say because I'm very pissed off right now. So if that's the case, Steve, if that's the case with America, and I'm disgusted. I'll get to Donald Trump in a minute. I'll listen to both his rallies that he had on Saturday as I was driving the truck, and I was very impressed with what he said. But if that's the case, Steve, before and I don't care who gets offended. You don't like it, too bad. I really don't give a damn. Whoever doesn't like what I have to say. But anyway, Steve, if that's the case, and America has gotten to the point where they want to take care of people that don't belong here, when they want to roll out the red carpet, when they want to give these people debit cards, credit cards, with free room and board, the whole deal. And that's my money, that's your money, that's everybody listening tonight, money that they're using on these people. When you got veterans, when you got a man that fought for this country in Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, you name it, any war we've been involved in, got sleeping outside right now as we speak, Steve. There's somebody on the streets of America sleeping in a cardboard box that fought for this country and put it all on the line for this country. And yet, and they won't give him a damn thing and let him sleep in a box. And they'll bring in a man from God knows where and give him anything he wants. So if that's the case, Steve, I told you this back in January, the promise is as true as it was then. If that occurs, I will be making my way out of the United States. I refuse to use my money, my tax money, to take care of individuals that don't have ill will towards the United States. I don't like the attitude of a lot of these people. When they come to this country, they have a nasty attitude, like we owe them something, like they're owed. So I don't give a damn thing. You know, you came to the country and you're here illegally, my man. I don't owe you anything and don't expect it. So if that's the case, Steve, I will be making my way. If Trump doesn't, or somebody like Trump doesn't get into the White House come November of this year, I gave it a chance this time because, you know, I love America, but I don't love America that much to where I'm gonna let somebody take money out of my pocket and give it to people that it doesn't belong to and give them things that they don't deserve. I refuse to be a part of that. I know that there's a country somewhere in the world that won't do that. And I'm going to say this. I heard a guy say this the other day, Steve. If I wanted to live, this is a message to Joe Biden, anybody like Joe Biden. If I wanted to live in a communist nation, my man, I would move to one. I was born here in the USA. When I was born, it was a free country. Apparently now it's not. It's looking more and more. You give him another 4 years, don't tell him what the hell is going to happen in America. So I refuse. I don't live in If I wanted to live in North Korea or China, I'd move there. Last time I checked, the U.S. was supposed to be free, but apparently Joe Biden doesn't see it that way. Now, let me say this right quick, because this is why I'm very pissed off, Steve. I don't know if you heard the latest news. They said that a jailhouse was emptied out in Haiti, that the prisoners overtook the damn jailhouse and tied up the jail and people working there and made their way out of the jailhouse. And guess where these people are headed right now? to the United States of America. They said they headed to Louisiana. You got some Haitians. Bad enough, we already got the Venezuelan. We got the other groups of individuals, criminals that have made their way into the United States. All hell is going to break loose in the preceding month. It just totally, all this is unnecessary, Steve. It was like Donald Trump said at his rally. I'm going to get to him right now. Like he said at his rally, the United States, we have the worst border in the history of the world. Not right now, not in 2024, but in the history of the damn world. Nobody has allowed people to step into their country unabated like this loser in the White House. No drug tests, no background checks, no checks for the man's if he has a disease, no checks whatsoever, Steve. This has gone way too far. And like I said, you had a girl killed in Georgia over a week ago. Joe Biden never apologized to the girl's family, never made a phone call. Donald Trump has called. Donald Trump, he's not the president. Donald Trump has talked to this girl on the telephone, her parents on the phone. Donald Trump has said how bad he feels about it. Joe Biden didn't say a damn thing how he feel. Now he felt bad about what had happened to this young girl or nothing. Nothing. Still ain't shut the border down, Steve. Even after all the events that have taken place over the preceding months, border's still open. So anybody, I don't want to hear nobody talking about Joe Biden that cares about America. He doesn't care about America, because if he would, he'd have been no shut the damn border down. I'm just very pissed off and aggravated. And because, like I said, Steve, last week Joe Biden came to my state where I used to live at in Texas, and it had the nerve to try to put this on the Republicans once again, saying that they won't sign this bogus bill he got, because that's a bogus bill. You have to be a complete idiot to sign that bill to allow another 5,000 individuals into the U.S. every week, up to 2 million more people by the end of the damn year. What the hell is he talking about? That's not going to close the border. That's just another. All he's doing is bringing in more border agents to process and transport more people throughout America. Steve, this is the insult. And like I said before, if he really wanted to make a deal, Steve, he was in Texas last week. And I repeat, Donald Trump is not the president. Donald Trump didn't have to come to Texas, but he came down to Texas and went straight to Eagle Pass and talked to Greg Abbott and saw for himself what the hell Greg Abbott had done to try to help America. What did Joe Biden do, Steve? He didn't even. He still has not to this day talked to Greg Abbott. All he's done is try to interfere, trying to cut the barbed wire, I've never seen nothing like this in my life, Steve, because I can tell you, I'm very pissed off about this. He is destructive. He is trying to tell Greg Abbott that he can't protect his own state, his own country. He came down to the state of Texas and didn't even make a phone call, nor did he visit with Greg Abbott. And so that shows you right there, this man doesn't give a damn about America and the border and the people that's coming in with criminals, thieves, and you name it. It's just the outcast, Steve. I'd advise anybody to go back and listen to Donald Trump, 2 rallies that he had over the weekend. He had one in North Carolina and one in Virginia, and Donald Trump laid it all out on the floor, on the mat, for what's going down in America. This is the final stance. I've been saying this, Steve, since they stole the election for Trump in 2020. This is the final stance for America. If Trump doesn't get in 24, that's it. America's done. We can't take in another 10, 20, 30, 40 million individuals into this country and give them, roll out the red carpet and hand everything to them, plus bring in all the criminals too. America will be a total disaster, and I'm pretty sure I won't be the only one getting the hell out of the country. But that's my goal at this point, Steve. I'm giving it all I can do. I'm telling everybody I know to support Donald Trump, to go to the voting booth and vote for Donald Trump, because if you care about America, you better make the move to do this, because if you don't, we're done. Because I promise you, Joe Biden is not going to make the move. This guy here, he should have been kicked out of the White House a long time ago, Steve. This man is basically a walking dead. A couple of months ago, I actually thought that Joe Biden was really running things, but Joe Biden, he doesn't know what's going on. Joe Biden, he's just there, a puppet. Somebody else is running this show, and he's too much of a coward to show his face. If you're going to run the United States down the drain, brother, at least come out and show your face who you really are, instead of putting this idiot out there in front of the camera and making him look like an asshole, because Joe Biden ain't running the damn thing. He just wasted plane fare and everything else coming down to Texas. Like I say, he shouldn't even been allowed into the state of Texas. Greg Abbott, he shouldn't even allow this plane to touch down into Texas because this guy here cares nothing about Texas or any other state. So like I said before, Steve, like I told you last week, all the immigrants, Joe Biden is acting like there wasn't no immigrants coming into Brownsville. Hell, not ain't no immigrants coming into Brownsville because Greg Abbott shut it down. All of them are making their way to California and Arizona. They still got 3,000 to 4,000 or 5,000 individuals walking into the U.S. every day. And Joe Biden, nor the person that's controlling Joe Biden, give a damn about it. So, like I said, America is at the final checkpoint right now, Steve. I repeat, you can go back and look at it after I hang up with you. Check on the amount, you've already been announcing, check on the amount of criminals that's coming into the U.S. from jails that have been emptied out. Check out what's going on with the Congo. Donald Trump talked about the Congo releasing all the prison inmates. And then, like I said, I just heard that Haiti just emptied out their jails, and now they coming to the United States. And if you think those people ain't going to commit no crimes when you get here, anybody who's listening to me, then you're dumber than I think you are. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, I guess that all just happened yesterday. The headline from Reuters out of Port-au-Prince. It is a state of emergency Sunday evening, following violent clashes in the capital that have damaged communications and led to 2 prison breaks. As a major gang leader is looking to oust the prime minister in the country. In order to restore order, the government has imposed an immediate curfew through the West Territory for a renewable period of 72 hours. Between 6 in the evening and 5 in the morning on Monday, today, the 4th, Tuesday and Wednesday. The curfew will apply. Law enforcement, firefighters, ambulance drivers, health personnel, and duty-identified journalists will not have to comply with the curfew. But this major escalation in violence over the weekend that has literally paralyzed parts of the Capitol, something like 3,600 prisoners have escaped. Major jailbreak. Wow. Heavy gunfire has caused panic in recent days after calls by gang leader Jimmy Cherizier, a former police officer, for criminal groups to unite and overthrow the prime minister. He heads an alliance of gangs and faces sanctions from the United Nations and the United States. Armed groups on Saturday night attacked the largest prison, defying Haitian police forces who had called for help. Reuters visited the penitentiary on Sunday. There were no signs of police officers, and the main prison doors are open. Nobody there. One unidentified inmate said, "I'm the only one left in my cell. We were asleep when we heard the sound of bullets. The cell barriers were broken. Not clear how many inmates are on the run. Sources close to the institution said it's an overwhelming majority. This penitentiary that was built to hold 700 prisoners was holding 3,687 as of February of last year. Okay, so yeah, I guess those if they can find a way to get to the U.S. of A., I'm sure they'll be heading this direction. But 25 past the hour. All right, on a Monday, clear lines, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Eagle is correct about the president. Yeah, we knew Brownsville, Texas. What the hell are you going to see in Brownsville? Yeah, well, what he saw. Yeah, nothing. Now they break down a cartel turf war, contraband, checkpoints left unattended, human waste stinking under the sun, a shootout with smugglers over bags crammed with drugs. Now, this is all unfolding last week, and on Wednesday morning, another 100 migrants strolled across the border through the gaps in the wall before the sun came up. Just some of the stories Joe Biden would have heard last Thursday if he had opted to visit the busiest sector of the southern border, which has now become the Tucson sector, where they're now seeing the influx of migrants surging to record levels. But Joe headed to Brownsville, about 1,000 miles to the east, where the numbers have plunged dramatically, yes, because Governor Abbott has done so much to shut the Texas border down. The president of the Arizona Cattle Growers Association said, "I'll tell you why he's not coming here." Now he said he doesn't want to see the thousands of migrants. He doesn't want to see that there's just no border here. Now, it all took center stage Thursday when Biden and Donald Trump had dueling visits to the border there in Texas. Each had a point to make, and each says they have the solutions to a crisis that has stumped the administration. Nowhere is the emergency more obvious than 15 miles along the border from the tiny village of Sasby. Wednesday last week, dawn broke over a familiar scene. 6 young men from Africa huddling around a campfire to keep warm. Behind them, dozens more men, women, children wrapped up in blankets at a makeshift camp of tarps and tents. They had all slipped through the towering border wall overnight. Aid groups had stocked the camp with jars of peanut butter, packs of instant ramen noodles, and bottled water. Toilet facilities non-existent. Discarded toilet paper marked the areas where human waste has been left behind the mesquite trees. One of them says, from Colombia, said, "The Mexicans dropped us up here, and we walked for about 4 hours." That's what Biden could have seen last week, but it was a photo opportunity. Big photo op. See, Rick just said that. Big photo op. Let's get a news break here, and back to the calls coming up at 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines to come as well. Rolling into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the #1 concern among voters.
The survey found that a significant number of voters perceive the issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. Registered Republicans are particularly adamant, with 91% regarding it as a very serious issue, while 58% of independents and 41% of Democrats share this sentiment.
A hydrogen peroxide mouthwash brand is undergoing recall due to concerns about child poisoning risks. The Consumer Production Safety Commission is highlighting that the packaging of Heritage Store hydrogen peroxide mouthwash lacks child-resistant features. Those are necessary for products containing a specific ethanol concentration. LeBron James is the first NBA player to score 40,000 regular season points. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Of course, in the state of Georgia, as the ripples, the murder of the 22-year-old nursing student is resonating all over the country. How often have we talked about lawmakers in this country, rather than acting, they react? And they're reacting in Georgia last week, taking a step toward cracking down on illegal immigration in the state. Well, this should have been done a long time ago, should it not? She was killed February 22nd, we know, after going on the jog on the University of Georgia campus. The 26-year-old illegal from Venezuela, now charged with malice murder and other charges in connection with her death. But with her death fresh on their minds, the Georgia State House last week passed House Bill 1105, which will now allow police to arrest anyone they believe is in the U.S. illegally, then detain that person for possible deportation by federal authorities. The bill passed 97-74, now goes to the state Senate. One representative said it's doing the right thing to ensure something like this never occurs again. Not cooperating with federal immigration authorities endangers public safety and makes a mockery of our nation's immigration laws, period. Yeah, so this guy said he was here for asylum. Well, he was here for assault. Now, this bill had been proposed nearly a year ago, but suddenly gaining traction after Riley was killed. While we continue to pray for Laken Riley and her family, the Georgia House took action today to strengthen public safety and security in our state, stand firmly against illegal immigration, and for the rule of law. The House Speaker said, "I'm proud of the passage of House Bill 1105. Of course, Democrats attacked the bill, saying the proposal would have had enough. We have had enough attempts to promote racial profiling. If they're illegally in the country, damn it, they've already broken the laws. Oftentimes, these issues get obfuscated. This is a public safety bill. It addresses how law enforcement interacts with individuals who are illegally in the country and then breaks the laws of our country subsequently. It's about that. It is not about anything else." In response to a complaint, the bill discriminates against immigrants. Now, he said the bill is not about immigrants. I'm not going to listen to that rhetoric any further. We're not after immigrants per se. We're after these folks that are coming here to commit crimes. So the debate goes on in the state of Georgia. Too little, too late. Now, my question would be, if local law enforcement do apprehend an individual that's illegally in the, are ICE, Immigration and Customs, are they going to come pick them up and ship them back to their home country anyway? I mean, we've had problems with that for a number of years, where ICE says, well, we don't have the personnel, we don't have the resources. Right now, obviously, they're overwhelmed at the border. So somebody's got to come pick these individuals up and take them back and put them on a bus back south of the border. I don't think they've got the resources. Brain Dead, yes, sir.
You know, thanks to Dingbat, she actually reminded me of something I was going to tell you about. Did you see the big news in the racing world over the weekend?
You sent me something about, Honda, right? Is that the one you're talking about?
Apparently, I saw this on Twitter from one of the big racing world writers.
Yeah.
And apparently, it's coming to fruition. And you can mark my words, Steve. Apparently, Honda is ticked off at IndyCar right now, because at IndyCar, NASCAR has adopted a lot of what IndyCar has done. You know, you go to one supplier to buy this part, one supplier to buy that part. You know, you got the one big lug nut, et cetera, et cetera. Well, Honda and Chevrolet are the two engine suppliers for IndyCar. Well, in 2026, that contract is up with IndyCar. And Honda is ticked off at them because they've lended all kind of support and money and everything, and they feel like they're not getting their bang for the buck. So where do you think they're going to go, Steve?
NASCAR.
Correct. So now NASCAR has been heavily, and I say heavily recruiting Honda since Dodge pulled out, what was that, 08, 09? I think it was like 2008, 2009 when Dodge pulled out.
Right.
NASCAR ramped up the recruitment for Honda as the fourth manufacturer. So people that wanted the fourth manufacturer, here you go. You're going to get Honda. So what are your thoughts about it, Steve-O?
I don't know. Is it a big deal? I mean, I know that there's a lot of anti-foreign car companies, but someone brought out a good point last week. How many Toyotas are actually being built here in the USA? Now, I know that the profit from those sales go back to the home country, but they are employing thousands of people here in the U.S. Working in those facilities, building the cars. Same with Honda. How many Hondas are actually built here now?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. But the other thing too is, did you see that Toyota said that they will not build electric vehicles? Did you see that?
Yes, I did. They're saying that electric vehicles will never dominate the market. I think they had the foresight way before Ford and Chevrolet, and everybody else is realizing now that the demand is not there and it's not going to be there.
No. But I think this will help bring some of the fans back to NASCAR. But the thing is, NASCAR is dying. It's a dying sport. I'm a baseball old school purist. I like the old school NASCAR, I mean, run what you brung, beating and banging, leaning on everybody. I mean, these short tracks, you go to any short track, they're sold out. They're sold out. It's standing room only. And there for a while, you couldn't get anybody to go to a Saturday night short track race.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't. I mean, like the tickets for the night race in Bristol. People literally had to leave them in their will, and now you could just walk up the day of the race and buy the tickets. But NASCAR hasn't figured out they're doing more people than actually bringing people back to the sport. Because if you notice the schedule from last year to this year, there's one race that's missing, and that's Fontana. Fontana sold that track, and they demolished it right after the last race, and now they're excuse me, and now they're putting up some sort of mixed-use development. That ought to send a message to NASCAR that they need to reconfigure their business model, because obviously their business model sucks.
So are they they're trying to bring in the younger generation, the older fans, people like me, the original Dale Earnhardt and Harry Gant and Bobby Labonte the fans of old days where we're getting up there and we're not really into it like we used to be. How do you bring a new generation of fans into NASCAR? That's where I said they're dying, Steve. I mean, they're thinking that's where they're dying. I guess they're feeling like all these people that what do they call them when they all these Hondas, Toyotas, they soup them up and they want to go and they're out there racing in the streets. They think that the younger generation will like to have the Hondas and Toyotas all competing. Yeah, it is a valid point, but a lot of these newer generations, they're more worried about playing Xbox than actually watching sports. Yeah. I mean, look at what they did with look what they did with baseball. They have the pitching clock, which I can sort of agree with, but all these instant replays, and no matter what, you stop it because somebody bumped into somebody. I say go back to the ways of the hockey days. Fight it out and then go to the bar and drink a beer. I mean, it's like Dingbat was telling me tonight something, and she said this guy went to a store and stole 65 Stanley Cups. I'm like, wait a minute, dear. There's only one Stanley Cup that goes around every year. She goes, no, not that kind of Stanley that you actually drink out of. I'm thinking hockey, but But I like I said, Steve, that's why I say NASCAR's a dying sport. There's no interest in it anymore. I mean, how are you going to get the younger people in it? I get a rivalry. To the ones that love sports, like myself or the younger generation, because there's a lot of them that like sports. Get that rivalry back. Get the Earnhardt and Tim Richmond and Jeff Bodine rivalry back. Mm-hmm. But you watched it long enough, like I've watched it. Anytime there's any kind of feud, NASCAR squashes it. To the old days, run what you brung, fight it out on the track,
That's what brings in more fans. Either that or hey, I know what an idea. Let's bring in Taylor Swift. How about that, Steve? That'll get them back to the track.
That'll do it. That generation. Yes, sir.
Well, I'll leave you to it. You have a good one, Steve.
All right, there you go. Who won the race over the week? I think Kyle Larson takes the victory in Las Vegas this past day. I think it was what they describe it as a dominating performance. I think he led like 182 laps. All I know is that means, I think Wheelchair Dave said, 3 races into the season. Chevrolet in winner's circle. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, what do you say under industry headlines? Looks like last week, Cummins Incorporated announcing the launch of what they are describing as its most efficient heavy-duty diesel engine ever, designed for the North American heavy-duty on-highway market. February 29, Indiana-headquartered Cummins introducing the next-generation X15 diesel engine, designed to be compliant with the EPA and CARB's 2027 year aligned regulations when it launches. Company says that the X15 will feature improved greenhouse gas and fuel efficiency benefits while retaining the same ratings of the current X15, which is up to 605 horsepower and 2,050 foot-pounds of torque. It uses a belt-driven, high-output 48-volt alternator and after-treatment heater solution optimized for increasingly stringent emission standards. The X15 diesel engine is part of the Cummins Helm 15-liter fuel-agnostic platform. The engine will be built in Jamestown, New York, they say. We have applied our decades of experience with the X15 to our next generation product and believe these investments will serve our customers well into the future. This is the next evolution of technology, truly proving to the world we never stop innovating. We're working hard to ensure the new product delivers our brand promise to customers for the important jobs they need to do every day. So, all right, as the emission standards continue ramping up, Let the federal government get wind of that. Say, they've already made progress for the 2027 emission. Let's come out with another more stringent level of restrictions on trucks. That's the route they take every time. All right, so a couple of years ago, remember when the big debate was government's going to hire 80-some thousand new tax agents at the Internal Revenue Service, coming after those people that aren't paying their taxes. Now, they do make it a point to say, we're coming after you if you're making over $400,000 a year. The IRS announcing a new effort aimed at boosting tax revenue for taxpayers who haven't filed returns for several years. The initiative expected to net at least hundreds of millions of dollars. First round, this new initiative focuses on 125,000 cases of taxpayers with annual incomes over $400,000 who did not file tax returns between 2017 and 2021. The IRS said they were tipped off by various types of third-party information indicating that these taxpayers received taxable income but failed to file a tax return. Information on these taxpayers indicates total financial activity of over $100 billion, they said. Now, even with a conservative estimate, the IRS believes hundreds of millions of dollars of unpaid taxes are involved in these cases. They will soon start sending letters known as CP59 notices to the affected taxpayers at a rate of anywhere from 20 to 40,000 letters per week. They warn if you receive one of these letters, you should take immediate action to avoid higher penalties and increasingly stronger enforcement measures. Now, the penalty for failure to pay is 5% of the amount owed each month, up to a maximum of 25% of the tax bill. Now, roughly 25,000 cases involve taxpayers who made over $1 million in income, while about 100,000 pertain to non-filers with incomes between $400,000 and $1 million. People make $1 million and don't even file their taxes, I guess. Now, in all cases, the IRS said was tipped off by third-party information, including through Forms W-2 or 1099s. And these people received incomes within the above ranges between 2017 and 21. Some of these non-filers have multiple years included in each case, so the total number of taxpayers targeted will be smaller than the 125,000 letters that are going to be sent out. We cannot tolerate these higher incomes failing to do a basic civic duty of filing a tax return, according to the IRS commissioner. For those who owe, the risk will just grow over time, as will the potential for penalties and interest. Now, this latest effort, thanks to the $60 billion funding boost from the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, $60 billion we are pumping into the IRS. And they're saying, well, they know there's hundreds of millions of dollars in back taxes that they're going to garner. I don't know. Will they ever come out ahead on this? We're just throwing more money away. Now, they vowed to spare Americans earning less than $400,000 from this enforcement crackdown. But everybody out there, a watchdog casting doubt on their ability to make good on that pledge. They announced 4 new initiatives in October that target high-income, high-wealth individuals as well as large corporations. One of these thrusts is focused on U.S. subsidiaries of foreign companies that distribute goods in the U.S. but don't pay enough tax. The second initiative relates to the Large Business and International Division's large corporate compliance arm, which is being expanded and is going to be auditing an additional 60 big corporations with assets worth over $24 billion on average. Third initiative involved cracking down on abuse of a corporate tax break that was repealed several years ago. The fourth is targeting individual taxpayers who make over $1 million in annual income and have over $250,000 in recognized tax debts. Now, while the IRS repeated time and time again, the new enforcement will not target Americans earning less than $400,000. The watchdog says, they're hinting that this probably will happen anyway, even if it's inadvertently. It is 844-844-3388. Monday, as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Coming up, we'll check out some of our travelers' weather as we get the new week started. We might start things off with a bang this week. That and much more to come on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The impeachment inquiry against President Joe Biden marches on despite recent setbacks. Republicans on Capitol Hill now want to bring forward U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland for an interview, announcing a new subpoena. Kentucky Congressman James Comer on with Fox Business says this is about Biden's favorable classified documents case result.
We have some emails from Hunter Biden to various people around the globe that he was receiving money from, that in these emails are attachments that appear to be government documents. We want to know, were those part of the classified documents?
Former President Trump is celebrating a handful of new state caucus victories across the U.S. Republicans gathered for caucuses in Missouri, Michigan, and Idaho Saturday. Trump rallied in Virginia.
We want to send a big signal, so it's important. I mean, we don't need your vote. We want you to get out, though, and vote in big margins, and we want to send that little freight train going along.
Trump defeated top challenger Nikki Haley once again, and convincingly, too. Despite that, Haley has vowed to remain in the race through Super Tuesday, March 5th. It's up to a Georgia judge now.
Closing arguments concluded Friday in the Georgia hearing regarding whether Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis should be removed from Donald Trump's election interference case due to her relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. The key points in question are the timing of their relationship's onset relative to Wade's appointment and whether Willis benefited financially from that appointment. Willis and Wade assert equal sharing of travel expenses and that their relationship began after Wade's appointment. The judge says he will have a decision within 2 weeks.
USA's John Schaefer. First Lady Jill Biden says Donald Trump is dangerous to women. Biden made a stop in Tucson, Arizona Saturday for a tour to rally women voters around President Joe Biden. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The U.S. has made its first airdrop of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Pentagon officials say 3 C-130 aircraft dropped over 60 pallets carrying 38,000 meals into Gaza early Saturday. President Biden ordered the move after more than 100 people were killed in deadly violence surrounding a food convoy in Gaza City just a few days ago. Growth of the massive Smokehouse Creek fire in northern Texas has slowed considerably since the fire broke out last week. The burn zone now covers about 1.07 million acres across the northern Texas panhandle, but U.S. government fire management data shows only 2 acres of fire growth through Saturday. The fire began spreading just northeast of the Stinnett oil fields on Monday last week. So far, the blaze is about 15% contained. The Smokehouse Creek fire rated as the largest ever in the state of Texas. The swag bags for this year's Oscars boast a value of about $250,000. USA's John Schaefer fills you in on what the stars will be getting.
Curated by Distinctive Assets, they feature an array of luxurious skincare and wellness items, designer throw pillows, and extravagant trips like an all-inclusive stay at a Swiss chalet for up to 10 guests and a 3-night retreat at a private villa in St. Bart's. Celebrities will grace the red carpet for the 96th Academy Awards on March 10th at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
2 Canadian triples doubled up in Region 2. Shamrock plucked a 4-leaf clover in Region 3, while a Buckeye State Bear reared up in Region 4. And it's now just 4 weeks until the NTPA's second lap in the Derby City. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Brace yourselves, trucking industry and pulling fans. The NTPA's next event wraps up the Mid-American Trucking Show, which is now less than 1 month away at the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville in mid-March. The Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals will take over Freedom Hall on the Expo Center campus, and Broadbent Arena will serve as the all-day pits on Saturday, March 23rd, prior to the 5 p.m. showtime. Pro Stock tractors, modified minis, super semis, and multi-engine modifieds are on the docket. See NTPAPULL.com for event information and an exclusive link to early ticket purchases for NTPA fans. Or hit ntpa.tv to stream the entire event live or on demand. And now, here are your 2023 Regional National Modified Mini Champions. David Lacey, Thetford, Ontario. Triple Play Unchained, the 2023 Region 2 Modified Mini Northwest Champion. 1 win in the sub-region, Door, proved sufficient to propel Unchained to Lacey's latest title. That victory followed a 4th in Fremont and left only the Boltman stress relief in the proverbial windshield. Relief got its 3 wins on either side of the Summer Sizzler, but got no higher than 3rd thereafter. Meanwhile, Lacey finished no worse than 3rd until Hudsonville and slugged it to the last 3 Western Michigan hooks. David Lacey, Thetford, Ontario. Triple Play Double or Nothing, the 2023 Region 2 Modified Mini Southeast Champion. Double won twice over Easter weekend in Florida to claim the most points in Region 6. After returning to the Midwest, it doubled in Arcola to vault into the lead. 1 more win in Coldwater kept Lacey atop the standings. Lacey's own Unchained was Lacey's nearest rival for the Southeast Trophy, as it also won 3 times, and the Triple L Farms duo were the only machines to chase the entire subregion. Nathan Hoffman, Knapp, Wisconsin. Shaken Shamrock, the 2023 Region 3 Modified Mini Champion. Mini but mighty. That description applies to both the machines and the region's roster of participants. 4 teams chased the championship, and 2, Hoffman Shamrock and the Pysigs Fallout, arrived in Ridgeland in a points tie after trading firsts and seconds at Ellsworth and Weowega. Brian Guzza's GN Grandpa's Disaster ended up winning the thing that night, but Hoffman's 344.3 feet stretched the tape further than Fallout's 342.6 to earn the title. Jeff Hurt, Port Clinton, Ohio. Little Bear, the 2023 Region 4 Modified Mini Champion. Little came up big in Lumberton, landing mini and sled ahead of Carolina Night Train 2. Rain on Saturday forwarded that 1-point advantage to the Southern Showdown. There, only Kevin Campbell's wild card fared better than Hurt's 2 Bears in Session 1. In Session 3, the Bear pair went 1-3 to get Little to a perfect 105 points and B to second. Elsewhere, Hurt's future champion ride scored a 3rd and a 7th close to home in Bowling Green. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
And of course, don't forget, we're counting down the day's NTPA action. Mack Winter Nationals. Freedom Hall, Louisville, Kentucky, Saturday. That'll be March the 23rd. Capping off this year's Mid-America Truck Show. There in Louisville, Kentucky. Tickets, I do believe, available online at this point. And if memory serves, last year it was a packed house. Full house for the big show. People lined up out the doors a couple hours before, I think the pools begin at 5 o'clock there, Saturday afternoon. after the Mid-America Truck Show actually wraps things up 4 o'clock Eastern Time on the final day there. So we kick off a brand new week. Weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. With all the warmer temperatures continuing to make their way all the way into the Great Lakes region once again, much as the case was about this time a week ago. There's going to be a cool-off, not quite as dramatic as what we saw last week, but there will be the clash of the air masses as our frontal system drops from northwest to southeast into that warm sector. Between now and Tuesday, starting later today, there's going to be actually 2 separate areas. Showers and thunderstorms begin to ramp up across a big zone from the Mississippi Valley to the Great Lakes later today as those ingredients come together. Could see large hail, damaging winds, torrential downpours, and isolated tornadoes once again. Then further south later today, a separate branch of that storm is going to be swinging eastward across eastern Texas and the lower Mississippi Valley. Thunderstorms bumble up across that zone, lasting into the overnight hours from eastern Texas through Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. So again, as we start the new week here, we're running well above normal for this time of year. Chicago looks to be in the low 70s for highs, as well as Indianapolis later today. With the passing of that front and a round of showers and storms, potentially severe, you're going to cool off. You'll be back into the 50s in Chicago by later on Tuesday. And then as the week progresses, even cooler. Probably only going to be highs in the 40s in places like Chicago and Indy by late this week, headed into next weekend. Up and down we go. It's the change of the seasons, as we say. Thank you much. All right, more on the U.S. Postal Service. Separate story, but who's out there hauling the mail? Now, when it comes to government contracts, we're supposed to be using, the best of the best, right? Apparently not. According to FreightWaves, lax oversight by the U.S. Postal Service of the trucking companies, brokers, and drivers they contract with could very well be contributing to accidents and deaths on our highways, based on the results of the latest safety report. The audit was released on Friday from the Postal Service's Office of Inspector General. It was requested by Congress last year following a Wall Street Journal investigation into safety violations and fatal crashes involving long-distance carriers that are hauling mail. The Postal Service does not track accidents and fatalities involving its trucking contractors, according to the Office of Inspector General. Therefore, auditors were unable to provide Congress with a complete set of accident data, but analyzing official but incomplete data from the FMCSA, the OIG identified 373 accidents resulting in 89 fatalities directly related to 43 on-duty contractors servicing Postal Service trucking contracts. These 43 contractors were associated with postal contracts totaling about $1.34 billion between October of 2018 and December of 22. We determined that the Postal Service had not terminated any contracts with trucking companies involved in accidents or fatalities prior to March of 2023. Now, while the agency told the Office of Inspector General that they're taking action to remedy the problem, and including starting to remove contractors with an FMCSA conditional safety rating, the lack of established policies to track and monitor accidents and fatality data from its truck contractors limits our ability into contractor safety performance. And this deficiency, according to the OIG, could allow unsafe drivers to transport mail and put other motorists at risk. The audit also found 14 of the 15 contracting and administrative officers interviewed didn't know when trucking companies hired for contract highway routes or used a subcontractor, plus brokers for the agency's freight auction contracts used to purchase extra capacity when contracts can't fulfill HCRs, weren't required to get approval or inform the Postal Service of the subcontractors they hired. In other words, they say, long story short, there are regulations coming. The OIG issued 7 recommendations based on their findings, plus including developing a reporting system for subcontractors and putting in place a formal process to verify driver history. It's amazing who we're actually sharing the road with out there, not having anything to do with the postal carriers, but it was a separate story from CDL Life. Again, this shows you the kind of characters you're out there sharing the roadway with. Of course, I'd be speaking to the choir because you see them out there every day. Truck driver leaves another trucker dead on the shoulder after running over him while he was placing his warning triangles out. This was last week. 66-year-old truck driver Silver Rigoberto Flores arrested in Caddo Valley, Arkansas for the incident that happened on eastbound I-30 at the 58-mile marker. According to the Arkadelphian, 59-year-old Sabino Antonio Hernandez Espinoza was outside of his vehicle parked on the shoulder of I-30, broke down. He was placing his warning triangles around his rig. An eastbound tractor-trailer left the roadway, collided with the parked tractor-trailer, then collided with the victim. A witness to the incident said the driver of the second truck just kept on rolling, leaving the other trucker dead on the side of the road. Police soon began looking for the driver who had fled the scene. Eventually found him at the Pilot truck stop in Caddo Valley. Flores admitted to officers that he had struck the parked truck and fled the scene. He was immediately arrested, being held on $25,000 bond. His arraignment is set for April 2nd. Charges of leaving the scene of an accident involving death or personal injuries. But you're sharing the road with them. It is 18 past the hour. And it's a Monday. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Your weekend. Short and sweet, I know. Enjoying the warmer temperatures, of course. That is unless you were out there trying to cross Donner Summit, which I viewed the drone footage video again, and the magnitude, the number of trucks. I have kind of a hard time understanding how so many drivers would be, with all the publicity. For days we had talked about Donner is probably going to be shut down for an extended period of time. For days. And it's been shut down for 3 days now. How could so many trucks be trying to cross Donner with such an advance notice of the impending, unbelievable winter storm that was coming in? I don't get it. Vic checks in on a Monday. How was your weekend, Vic?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Are you still there?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to send you some stuff over the weekend that kind of relates to today, and I don't know what happened, but it wouldn't forward. But before I get on that, you were talking about the Postal Service. I seen that there's an auto parts store that their checks kept getting, they had disappeared. They didn't get to them.
Yeah.
And it was in Romeoville, Illinois. And so then they tried to do it again, and those they didn't get their checks that time either. So the woman up there that runs the auto parts store, she was not very happy, and she says, I thought the Postal Inspection Service told me they'd taken care of it, but they obviously haven't. So the Postal Service is definitely into that. They have some problems. But what I was trying to send you over the weekend, I forget who was talking about Iowa beef packers, but I was trying to send you the story on that whole thing because that was one big mess. The mob was engaged in that. They had to pay, basically they had to wind up, IBP did, paying this guy up there. I think his first name was Mo, and I was trying to think his last name. But anyway, he got a penny a pound for all the beef that came into New York, whether it was swinging beef or box beef or whatever. But what I was trying to relate to was this deal with Letitia James going out after Trump right now. I don't know how they changed the laws up there in New York, but I was familiar with all that, all the IBP stuff at the time, because that's whenever I was a feed salesman. They gave me a fancier title, but basically that's what it was. But they, Occidental Petroleum even got into that. And I don't know if you know, you probably don't remember a fellow by the name of Armand Hammer. And at one time, J. Edgar Hoover wanted to arrest him for being a communist agent because he had strong ties to communist Russia and actually did some things for Joseph Stalin. And basically what he did was, back when they were embargoing wheat in Russia, back in the Bolshevik Revolution, Armand Hammer sent some wheat to Russia, and everybody else was embargoing any wheat going to Russia. And so then Stalin asked him, said, what do you want as a concession? And he says, I want the pencil concession. And he made a lot of money selling pencils to Russia because they were so bureaucratic, and then other goes on to it. But he had a lot of, Occidental Petroleum had a lot of other interests. And part of it was in cattle feeding and other things. but he made friends with Al Gore Sr. And there's a whole story that goes with that. And he made a lot of friends with Al Gore Sr. And then later that transferred to Al Gore Jr. And Al Gore Jr. somehow got things, the Elk Hills, I believe it's called, Naval Reserve, somehow Al Gore Jr. got that privatized, and Occidental Petroleum wound up with that. It's supposed to have been a big naval reserve as part of the Teapot Dome scandal back in the 20s. The other thing he did was, whenever Russia, when I say I should say Al Gore Jr., he convinced the Russians to take their weapons-grade uranium, and they would take and make it down to what you could sell for energy production. And that was supposed to be a direct government-to-government thing, and the U.S. government was supposed to pay Russia for the power fuels, but the nuclear fuels. But somehow that wound up getting privatized too. And it's a rather convoluted and interesting story, and especially in the light that you were just mentioning Cummins there, coming out with that new engine and the CARB and all that other stuff. And the other reason I'm bringing that up is, you remember Biden was making a speech last week about something, and all of a sudden he went off on this climate change tangent or something like that. It looks like that climate change and reproductive rights, that's what the Democrats are really keying on for this next election. And they believe that the Republicans said, well, nobody really cares about immigration, that's just the Republicans making a big noise about it and everything else. So I don't know if that's what's really going to come about or not, but I would just mention the fact that I believe that the big thing that the Democrats think they're going to focus on, the two big things, will be climate change, and I don't know how they're going to sell that, but they've been able to do it so far. And then the whole deal with the reproductive rights thing, or the abortions and all that. And there are some people on the Republican side that I think they were trying to pass a law here in Indiana that a Hoosier resident couldn't travel out of state to get an abortion. And it's like, I don't know how you can do that. That's going a bit far, but there are people out there that are they're kind of going too far the other direction instead of just getting back to the initial laws that all the states have. So, but the really big thing that I was trying to send you over the weekend there was that the mob had all the butchers there in New York, and they didn't want, I was trying the Iowa beef processors, and that went, originally it started out as their own company, and then...
Hey, well, hold that. We got to pause there as we hit the bottom of the hour news break.
USA News Update. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the #1 concern among voters.
The survey found that a significant number of voters perceive the issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. Registered Republicans are particularly adamant, with 91% regarding it as a very serious issue, while 58% of independents and 41% of Democrats share this sentiment.
A hydrogen peroxide mouthwash brand is undergoing recall due to concerns about child poisoning risks. The Consumer Production Safety Commission is highlighting that the packaging of Heritage Store hydrogen peroxide mouthwash lacks child-resistant features. Those are necessary for products containing a specific ethanol concentration. LeBron James is the first NBA player to score 40,000 regular season points. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Where we leave off there? I got to get back to Vic. Talking about Letitia James, yes, the same New York Attorney General. I think Horsefeathers brought it up earlier as well. Suing the likes of the meat producer JBS, accusing them of making misleading claims about their greenhouse gas emission goals to boost sales among environmentally conscious consumers. The lawsuit filed in New York, claiming the company claiming they will achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2040, despite having no viable plan to meet that commitment. The lawsuit named as defendants JBS USA Food Company and JBS USA Food Company Holdings, the American subsidiary of the world-leading producer of beef products based in Brazil. James says they're making misleading statements about their pledge to curb deforestation and reduce greenhouse gas emissions to capitalize on consumers' desire to make climate-friendly choices. Now, they cited a full-page JBS USA advertisement that was in the New York Times in 2021 that includes the line, "Agriculture can be part of the climate solution. Bacon, chicken wings, and steak with net zero emissions. It's possible." She says that's false advertising. JBS USA's greenwashing exploits the pocketbooks of everyday Americans and promises of a healthy planet for future generations. Now she's asking a court to require JBS to end their net zero by 2040 campaign and to return profits that are traceable to their fraudulent, deceptive, or illegal acts or practices. She's also wanting civil penalties of up to $5,000 per violation to be determined at trial. Can you help me out here, Vic? What is she looking to do in the name of climate change? Is she looking to shut down one of the biggest beef producers in the country? Is that what the goal is? Kind of like what she's trying to do with Trump to make him go broke?
But I have no idea what she's up to. But you see, that's going to affect. The beef industry today is not like the old beef industry where the farmers, raised the cattle and took it to a commission yard or whatever. Most of your beef now is raised on a contract with the beef producers like JBS or the beef processors, and they use, most of them now use a formula called yield and grade. They don't, that old thing of choice and prime and all that. And just estimating it by looking at beef on the hoof. That's all pretty much history now. And that's what's going to be interesting is because, all the different beef processors or meat processors, they have contract with the individual farmers. So how far is she planning to go with this stuff? Is she going to look at, what's going on the individual producers' farms and ranches or the feedlot? Because a lot of people actually contract, they pay feedlots to finish out the beef, So I don't know exactly if she fully understands how that works, or she just thought, I can get on a climate change thing. And beginning in January 2024, they passed something called the Corporate Transparency Act, to where if you're involved with any corporation, you can basically insist that they provide records that, all the records really, but any that's pertinent to you, and that even includes nonprofit corporations. So there's a lot of, I want to say, legalese, or we're getting totally bound up in a lot of processing. Business is not being allowed to just flow normally the way it should. And then you have somebody like Letitia James that jumps in and does that, and she definitely said she was going to target Trump. And I'm not exactly sure what she's wanting to target within the beef industry. And I don't know, Occidental sold a lot of their stuff off. At the time, Cargill was part of it. Now I think Tyson's become the giant. So I'm not really sure how much process is going in there, even with Tyson. But the JBS people, from Brazil, there has been a lot of deforestation going on down there in order to have places to raise cattle. And I was trying to think offhand there, they passed a new law down there that they weren't supposed to have any more deforestation. And I think the UN's involved in all that. So I haven't a clue other than Letitia James is definitely anti-capitalist, and they're trying to do whatever they can to bring some sort of a socialist regime to this country. And I was well, in the Obama administration, I was trying to think what organization it was that they filed a lawsuit for information, not a lawsuit, but, that Freedom of Information Act regarding POWs from Vietnam that were sent to Cuba that had human experiments done on them, and they have the information there with the government, and the Obama administration blocked that ever being released. I don't know if they ever got it released or not, and that's another kind of funny thing there. The Democrats are trying to stir up a feud between Kari Lake and John McCain's daughter, and they're saying, and John McCain suppressed a lot of information on POWMIA. I didn't know that until somebody had told me about that. And whenever Kissinger said, well, North Vietnam has released all their prisoners, they did in North Vietnam, but they didn't release the ones that were in China and Bulgaria and Cuba, are the ones still held in the tiger cages in South Vietnam. So that's where the whole POWMIA thing came in. And for some reason, John McCain didn't want to investigate that. But there are still a lot of people in this country that they are convinced they are going to fundamentally change America. And I guess Trump really upset their apple cart, and they're going to do anything and everything to make sure that doesn't happen again. But when you go back and look at what happened in the meat industry back there in the 70s, and they got rid of that swinging beef because of it did cause a lot of problems. And there was a guy, I used to deliver new trailers there into Pathmark there in New Jersey, and I was thinking also to the grocery haulers there with ShopRite. But anyway, I was talking to the guy that was over the trucking thing there. He was a guy from Germany by the name of Kurt, and I was talking about that swinging beef and one thing and another. And I guess they had a lot of injuries of people getting their hands stuck, the people that were delivering the meat. He said, if you ever bring swinging beef back into trucking, he said, I'll kill you myself. Because I guess that they had all kinds of problems when they tried to deliver that, with the trucks and all the swinging meat and everything else. So he was all in favor of the box beef, and a lot of other people were too, because it cut down it was much more efficient. I'll just leave it. Say that. Did you kind of change here? Did you see over the weekend where the Cisco truck almost fell off the bridge there in Louisville?
Yes. Amazing.
Yeah. I guess it was a woman driver, and I guess she was on that old Clark Memorial Bridge or 2nd Street Bridge. It's a good bridge, and it even has a pedestrian crossway and everything there. But anyway, I was trying to figure out what she was doing. But Cisco's warehouse is there in the old Naval Ordnance place there in Louisville, which is just south of the fairgrounds and stuff, next to the exposition center. So I guess she was getting ready to make her deliveries, over in Indiana or whatever. But yeah, it was quite fascinating, and I guess she kind of kept her cool there, because I know if it had been me, I'd been hoping, man, I hope that kingpin holds.
Exactly.
If it didn't.
And it took them she hung there for like 40 minutes. Can you imagine 40 minutes? And every minute would seem like an hour, no doubt. But yeah, she kept her cool, and amazing rescue, as they say. About 15 before the hour, it's 844-3388. Welcome to a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, another day. What's the latest in artificial intelligence? I saw the photo that had gone viral last week. It took me a moment, but I say, remember the early days of the internet when everybody was excited about all these new possibilities? I mean, this previously unthinkable technology before it degenerated into a hotbed of scams and smut, liberal propaganda. The photo that went viral last week, making rounds on the internet, maybe giving us a little peek into artificial intelligence future in that regard. The photo, the image originally shared on X, shows a guy sitting at a table in McDonald's. Supposedly it's 1989. Yeah, sitting there smoking a cigarette, which there were times you could do that. Prompting people to reminisce of a better, cheaper time in life. Yeah, ribbon of the fashion trends and the hairstyles. Yeah, the original tweet racked up over 22 million views. Didn't take long for some to notice there's some odd things in this photograph. One of which was, why does his shirt have sleeves but no chest? Because he's so manly that his chest hair overtook the cloth. No, in the image, it looks like he has a T-shirt on because he's got the sleeves coming out of the vest. Yeah, 1980s popular vest. He had the big curly hairdo, Mr. Macho Man. Then more strange details became, the longer you look, the more you say something's wrong about this. The sign in the back of the picture, it's supposed to be the McDonald's sign. It starts with an M, but it's more like Mulandani. Then you look at the cup. His drink cup, which is the familiar colors of a Coca-Cola cup, but it does not say Coca-Cola. Then there's a guy in the background whose fingers and hands are all misshapen like an alien. In case it's not too obvious, this was an artificial intelligence-generated photograph. Something the original user happily admitted. had a lot of people on X and all over the internet fooled at first glance, which I can attest. The picture's pretty convincing. Kind of fits into our mental image of 1989. It looked real enough to satisfy the casual observer. It's only when you stop to study the image, you've got all those telltale artificial intelligence hallmarks. So again, this kind of highlights a growing problem. Most people are pretty tech literate now and can easily spot some common internet scams. But anyone who knows anything about technology knows it's constantly changing in radical ways. I mean, the landline, that was a standard feature in our homes less than 20 years ago. Teenagers now go on TikTok recommending we create the landline without realizing it already exists, and it's long become obsolete. Yeah, right now, artificial intelligence is being used for fun. Harmless, low-level scams like this example. But in the not-too-distant future, when it becomes more sophisticated enough to use for more sinister criminal enterprises, we're going to start seeing what they call artificial intelligence deepfake porn and Google's artificial intelligence trying to erase white people from history. You say that, what do you mean by that? It sounds like a joke. No, Google's CEO came out last week and actually admitted it's based on who's programming this stuff. It's all fun right now, but how many people initially thought the same thing about the internet? And look where the internet is now. Times dramatically have changed. Let me see. Eagle, are you hanging in there? I don't think he is. Yep, he definitely dozed off. What do you say, Knuckle Buster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, Eagle, I'm going to tell you something. If you move, we ain't going to miss your ass. I mean, don't let the door hit you in the ass just because Trump doesn't win there. So, hell, he left Texas for Florida because he didn't like what was going on down there. So, I don't know. Live where you want to, boy. I called you a boy because you ain't no girl. They had some crazy stuff when I was growing up, Steve. They thought that Eli Whitney was a black man when he's not. He was a white man. And that DA down here in Arkansas run over that truck driver. That move over law applies more to first responders and stuff. It's the same thing with a truck on the shoulder. He's got his four-way flashers going. Go left or slow down there, Steve, I read that they don't think we should be able to drink coffee first thing in the morning. And hell, I drink coffee all hours of the day there, so I don't know. I ain't had a problem with it there. I read a headline there that said they discovered helium in Minnesota, a big cache of it there, so said we were running out. I didn't know we was getting low on helium.
Yes. It's there's supposedly a finite amount of helium here. Yes.
Well, they found a big cache of it up there in Minnesota. A good discovery then there. And I also saw a headline, but I couldn't see where the town was there. Ohio police horses were on the loose on the interstate. So I don't think they even got them rounded up there. So I went to church yesterday, Steve, but I got in trouble just standing there minding my own business. Tennessee said she had to go to the restroom, but she wouldn't leave me during the meet and greet there. She said every time she leaves me alone by myself there, that all these women congregate around me. Well, they all married, every one of them. I'm not a chick magnet, so I don't know. So, all right, well, we're gonna, yeah, I definitely ain't no chick magnet, buddy. I called Steve after the show Friday morning there, and I read something to him that I found on a owner's manual from a Home Life chainsaw from 1979. Steve, acceptable gasoline product. This is according to the owner's manual. We recommend that clean, fresh, regular, or unleaded automotive gas be used in the engines there. All right. Unacceptable fuel ingredients there. Any fuel made from untreated gasoline can be used as long as it's 3 months or less. But anything over that, you need to add Stabil, which will extend the life of the fuel there. It's an antioxidant type fuel stabilizer, and Home Life recommends it. So that's all of mine for this go around. We'll talk to you later on, Mr. Steve Summers. I figured that'd be pretty good for since 1979.
Yes.
There.
And that is correct. I mean, from the actual owner's manual. So do not use gas that's more than 90 days old unless it's been treated with Stabil. That's in the 1970s, he said, which stands to reason because Stabil's been around for over 60 years. But yeah, there was a time when it was actually specifically mentioned in the owner's manual. How about that? Still around, doing its job today. Keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years. All right. Final hour coming up here. What do we have? One more time around, as they say. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines coming up. Several goodies in our final hour here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is notching 3 more caucus victories in the states of Idaho, Michigan, and Missouri. Trump's only challenger remained former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, but he beat her handily in those 3 caucuses. However, Haley has vowed to stay in the race through Super Tuesday, March 5th. That's when more than a dozen states in the U.S. territory of American Samoa will be holding presidential primary elections on Tuesday. The impeachment inquiry against President Joe Biden continues as Republican House leaders are now calling forward U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland for an interview. Despite recent setbacks in the inquiry, there's a new subpoena being issued. Kentucky Congressman James Comer says it involves Republican suspicions about the Biden classified documents, Hunter Biden overseas cash flows, and the recent DOJ report clearing Biden of any criminal charges in the documents case.
We want to see the transcripts for the Robert Hur interview with Joe Biden because we have questions about Joe Biden's mishandling of classified documents.
It's up to a Georgia judge now.
Closing arguments concluded Friday in the Georgia hearing regarding whether Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis should be removed from Donald Trump's election interference case due to her relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. The key points in question are the timing of their relationship's onset relative to Wade's appointment and whether Willis benefited financially from that appointment. Willis and Wade assert equal sharing of travel expenses and that their relationship began after Wade's appointment. The judge says he will have a decision within 2 weeks.
USA's John Schaefer. It's going to be a big weekend for the makers of Dune Part 2. According to Deadline, the sci-fi blockbuster is now predicted to make over $80 million at the U.S. box office before the weekend is out, and closer to $160 million globally. Second place at the box office will be Bob Marley, One Love, which has made over $80 million so far. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Growth of the massive Smokehouse Creek fire in northern Texas has slowed considerably since the fire broke out last week. The burn zone now covers about 1.07 million acres across the northern Texas panhandle, but U.S. government fire management data shows only 2 acres of fire growth through Saturday. The blaze is about 15% contained. The Smokehouse Creek fire, rated as the largest ever in the state of Texas. Soon, thousands of hours of security footage. The January 6th U.S. Capitol riot will be made public.
House Speaker Mike Johnson has announced the release of 5,000 hours of video from the U.S. Capitol grounds. The Speaker has changed course from the original plan to blur the faces of rioters, citing logistical challenges. The initial batch of footage is now accessible on the video platform Rumble, with more expected to be released.
USA's John Schaefer. Immigrants sheltering in New York seem to be turning up in hidden, crowded, private shelter spaces now. There were a couple of discoveries made in the past week. One in Queens, one in the Bronx. The New York City mayor's office acknowledging there are now roughly 60% of immigrants seeking shelter outside of the city's care.
And to the extent that we find out that individuals are living in an unsafe condition, we will do what we have done, right? We will go in, we will vacate those locations, and we will try to find additional resources for them.
Camille Joseph Varlak, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, Chief of Staff. This is USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
As we kick off that final hour, Monday, greatest day of the week. Hello, Steve in Columbus. Good morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Ours went by way too fast, as usual. I concur. Got a few things done around the house. Looks like, I suppose it's that time again. Get all my crap ready and head into town. Maybe we'll find something good in the trash today. Everybody enjoy your Monday. So the numbers are in. Anheuser-Busch, which for many garnered a new name, a.k.a. Transheiser-Busch last year. Claims they earned record revenue in 2023. On a global scale, they admitted their full growth potential was indeed constrained in the U.S. due to the boycott after the whole Dylan Mulvaney transvestite thing. Yes, constrained to the tune of $1.4 billion. In North America, revenue, which is seen as the best measure of operating performance, organic revenue, plunged $1.4 billion last year as beer sales by volume tumbled in North America, or the U.S., I guess we should say, primarily due to the decline of Bud Light sales in the U.S. Now, the U.S. Performance, very underwhelming. Revenue down at double-digit rates as they continue to lose market share. After 2 decades of being America's top beer brand, Bud Light lost that crown to Modelo Especial, a Mexican lager. I guess all those immigrant-hating, MAGA bigoted beer drinkers forgot to be bigoted, right? Good point. John Nolte. This was his comments last week. John Nolte, I believe, writing for the Western Journal. He says, Bud Light made the same mistake that the entertainment industry is still making, targeting their product at people who have no interest in its product at the expense of loyal fans. Bud Light puts a freak in a dress drinking Bud Light as though there's enough untapped freaks in dresses to increase its market share, even though all the normal people walk away disgusted with the normalization of mental illness. Ask Sports Illustrated how betraying their base with freaks in dresses and swimsuits panned out. Oh, that's right, you can't. Sports Illustrated is dead. No different than Disney's grooming syndicate. Feminizing Star Wars. Yeah, whatever market share you gain with female gym teachers and child predators will not come close to the loyal fans among normal people you're going to lose. Bud Light has since tried to win back their old customers. The new advertising campaign aimed at guys. They also signed the non-woke comedian Shane Gillis as a spokesman. But what Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch have not done is ever apologize or ever admitted to making a mistake. Now, John Nolte says, my disdain for boycotts aside, if Bud Light wants its former customers to forgive and forget, they have to take that final step and apologize. Until then, all these middle American ads filled with pickup trucks, American flags, and stallions, it just comes off as patronizing. As if it's all they need to do to win us back over. If you want normal people for customers, don't make a weird guy in a dress the face of your company. Normal people can't relate to them. They creep us out. Plus, you can't drink a Bud Light anymore without somebody out there making a joke about how you're going to turn the other way. I know it's wrong to make jokes like that, but most people laugh at them. John Nolte. Now, Kid Rock, who was one of the first to jump on the boycott bandwagon, you recall, when he went out there with his AR-type rifle and shot up a bunch of cases of Bud Light in his backyard. He kind of makes it sound like I don't hold grudges forever. He made that video when he actually stated the F Bud Light and F Anheuser-Busch and then have a nice day. Remember that? In addition to admitting that there was way more Bud Light on his property than he imagined, he told Joe Rogan about a week ago that he's kind of changed his mind. The Joe Rogan Experience, if you want to go to the archives, episode 2106. Now, Kid Rock's real name is Robert James Ritchie. Ritchie recalled being at a UFC event with Donald Trump when he pointed out the CEO of Anheuser-Busch to the former president. To which he said, Trump says, you want to go talk to him? Which he said, in my mind, Trump said, you want to go F with him. And I'm like, absolutely. Now, it's not clear whether he was referring to the CEO of Anheuser-Busch, InBev, Michael Dekuris, or Brendan Whitworth, the CEO of the Anheuser-Busch subsidiary. But he went on to tell Rogan, we go over there, we're talking to him, actually a great conversation. And at some point, he was telling me how he got the video, and he was actually down in Texas doing some hunting. And then told the beverage CEO that, he seems like somebody I'd be friends with, that I'd hang out with. And then he said that he actually invited the CEO to his house in Nashville, and the guy actually came to his house, and they became friends. He came with his top team. We broke bread and got messed up on Bud Light beer, like all this fun stuff. Now, he said that he and the executives also discussed whether there were any collaborations he could make with the brand, to which he said he didn't feel comfortable with it. Now, in the end, he decided he didn't want to take their money, he said. After his meetings with the beer execs, he said, I realized Anheuser-Busch is actually a very charitable company that employs many Americans. I didn't want to be the reason that any truck drivers lost their jobs. I did a little digging and talked to some people, and I'm like, at the end of the day, all right, they got the message. I'm not the guy that's going to hold a blank and grudge his whole life, he says. When they crossed that line and signaled to people like myself and many others that they were okay with this trans thing and so much more, is this going to be directed at my kids? So you think men should be in women's sports? No, that's where I'm drawing the blank and line. Get out of here. But he said they also discussed new partnerships Bud Light has made with the UFC and the comedian Shane Gillis, longtime fan of Bud Light. who never joined the picket line against the company. So I guess during that episode on Rogan's show, Joe and Kid Rock both cracked open a can of Bud Light on camera. And he did, Kid Rock said that he recalled the company actually sent 100 cases to his house for his birthday. I don't know, is it trying to buy back friends, buy back support? I don't know. But to the tune of $1.4 billion lost in the U.S. And if you're concerned about impacting, I mean, the truck driver for Anheuser-Busch may not be hauling as much, but the truck driver for Miller Lite or Coors Light, the Silver Bullet, or Modelo Especial, they're all hauling more because their sales, that's where that $1.4 billion went. You know, it's. What do you say, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? I don't know if by chance you happen to see that interview with Kid Rock, the golfer. Damn it. Yeah. John Daly.
Daly, yes.
And Tucker Carlson. Did you see that?
I saw some excerpts of it when John talked about how much brewski he would drink on any given day. I mean, what do you say? He would drink like a whole damn case of beer when he was out there playing around.
Yeah. I guess he drinks vodka now. He's got his own vodka brand or something. He had cancer. He talked about how he had cancer. And I guess they told him due to his cancer he needed to get off the color liquor and go to a clear liquor. So I could go to vodka.
Which to me sounds like
he's drinking these tall cans.
It sounds like jumping out of the frying pan into the fryer, right? I mean,
yeah. I mean, you know, he's still putting them down, man. He had these tall boys of vodka, and Tucker asked him, how many did he drink a day? He goes, I don't know, 15, 16. He talked about how when he was on, I forget what tournament it was. It was one when he beat Tiger Woods. He said he was hammered, man.
Yep.
You know, and Kid Rock, man, he's just a good old boy. Oh, he is, man. He's you know, but I don't know, Steve. I mean, how high up did that commercial go? You know, I doubt if, you know, every commercial that gets the thumbs up goes to the actual higher ups at Anheuser-Busch, you know. So, I don't know. With that said, I think they really understand. They've made a big oopsie, though. Hey, man, I don't know. You know, last week, I don't know if you paid attention, but, man, all these NATO companies were talking about going into Russia. I mean, things were getting hot and heavy.
Right. That was the rumor, and I think
all of a sudden,
if memory serves, France kind of got things started there, and then something about Germany. And but when all was said and done, I think they said that in order for NATO countries to get involved, there had to be unanimous agreement from all NATO members, and that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, remember when I told you how Poland was warning their citizens? Anyway, you know, Putin came out and flat out said, listen, man, if NATO sets foot in Ukraine or in Russia,
yeah,
we got big problems. This could lead to nuclear war. So it sounds like all the rhetoric kind of died down. So now what you're hearing out of Washington is, I told you a couple months ago, Steve, Ukraine's done. There's no way Ukraine can win that war. They're done. Unless NATO goes in there and fights.
Well, so if we send them another $60 billion worth of stuff, it ain't gonna fix it.
No, and I think they're catching on to that now. So remember I said something several months back that they were talking $600 billion over the next decade or so to try to rebuild Ukraine. So I think that's what they're pushing now. I think they're talking about trying to sit down and negotiate with Putin. But they want us to send a lot of money to Ukraine still to rebuild it. And why in the hell does the United States got to rebuild Ukraine? Another thing, I started to say something a week ago, and I thought, I don't want to stir the pot here, but once you, tonight when you started talking about the cattle industry down there in Texas that's affected by these fires, that little light went off in my head, Steve. I'm telling you, man. For the last year, all we have heard is how the globalists want to destroy the meat industry. You all will eat the bugs. What they did to them over in New Zealand, literally putting down cattle out there and telling the farmers that they got to decrease their stock by another 1/3% in the next year or two. And now all of a sudden, and we talked about all these fires breaking out all over the world. Now all of a sudden this fire breaks out in February in this area where it's Texas's biggest cattle producer.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, things that just make you go,
I mean, as of Friday morning, I hadn't seen anything to where they had determined how the blaze had started. I don't know that they've figured that out yet or not. I mean, yes, it was very windy. I mean, it could have been a cigarette butt out the window. Who knows? But I don't know that they figured it out.
On your news break, they said 1.7 million acres, the second largest fire in Texas. I don't know, man. Well, that's about all I got, my man. I can't think of anything else. There's some things I was dwelling on during the day. I should write this stuff down. Just put a little notepad out, things to talk about. I kind of space them out. Nothing much real important, I guess. But
so I mean, I'm looking at
Mercedes.
Here's a dude with like a sniper rifle at 3,325 yards.
Yeah, did you see that video
that you posted there? Yeah, I mean,
yeah, over 3,000 yards. And is that impossible? No. But man, let me tell you something. That takes some fine-tuned rifle, a fine-tuned spotter, a fine-tuned shooter, fine-tuned ammo.
And it takes the time it takes from the time he pulls that trigger to reach the target, though. That's what blew my mind.
Yeah, 5 seconds.
Wow.
I think he was shooting I think it was a 300 Winchester mag, which I got one of them. And, you know, you can reach out and put it this way, you can hunt. You can take down an elk at 1,000 yards. But yeah, I mean, see, it's just 3,000, over 3,000 yards. There used to be this show called Impossible Shots. They had all these marksmen on there, and Jerry Michelat, if you ever heard of him or not, Revolver Championship. guy. Won several, I don't know how many world titles. But he's out there with his little 38 stub nose and hit a man-sized target at 1,000 yards with that little revolver.
Wow.
You know, I guess that's when you do something for a living like that, and you have shot millions of rounds all your life. You know, I mean, some people are just gifted that way too. There used to be a show on the Outdoors Channel. It was called Impossible Shots, and the things that these people were doing, man, you just scratch your head. And the guy was bouncing, was a muzzle loader. He's sitting on the other side of a lake. He's got a balloon on the other side of the lake. Steve, he bounced the ball off the water and busted the balloon on the other side of the lake. You just scratch your head like, what?
Yep. Wow.
I mean, I've seen rounds bounce off water. I mean, there was a thing called bouncing bullets. You bounce them off walls and you know, but just to be able to hit a balloon on the other side of the lake that was probably 50 yards away, you know. But, all right, that's about all I got, my man.
Have a good Monday.
I think I started to tell you, I think Friday.
Yeah?
Yeah, Friday, real quick, Mercedes went to the doctor. She came back, I'm 1 centimeter. I don't know, a lot of people were saying, she might have that thing by the weekend, but nope. Not happening, man. We're still hanging in there. So we'll probably go down this week, I would think, if I had to guess. So. And I got my week off, Steve. I got the Kelly week off.
There you go.
Good time for it to happen.
Yep.
All right, appreciate it, Steve. Going to be a beautiful day tomorrow. Talking 70 degrees, deck sitting weather. Yes, sir. Be safe. Appreciate it.
Time to fire up the fire pit, Pappy. Got anything to burn later on this evening? Alrighty, what do we got? News break coming up. 844-844-3388. As the number of autonomous vehicle companies, the herd is being thinned one after another. They're kind of dropping off the map, disappearing. Kodiak Robotics is not one of those. Yeah, they're pushing full steam ahead. Kodiak Robotics says they're deploying driverless truck technology to haul refrigerated loads for some top fast food chains, they announced last week. They've announced a partnership with logistics company, the Martin Brower Company, LLC, to use autonomous trucks to haul refrigerated freight for quick service restaurants 8 times a week between Dallas and Oklahoma City. Now, they said these companies have been working together since July of 22. They've completed to date 600 autonomous deliveries and looking to expand 2 of the top 5 largest fast food chains in the country. They said they're going to be delivering. All right, look at the clock here. Looks like we got to get a news break in. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. According to a recent poll by Monmouth University, illegal immigration is the #1 concern among voters.
The survey found that a significant number of voters perceive the issue as highly problematic. Across party lines, 8 in 10 Americans view illegal immigration as at least somewhat serious. Registered Republicans are particularly adamant, with 91% regarding it as a very serious issue, while 58% of independents and 41% of Democrats share this sentiment.
A hydrogen peroxide mouthwash brand is undergoing recall due to concerns about child poisoning risks. The Consumer Production Safety Commission is highlighting that the packaging of Heritage Store hydrogen peroxide mouthwash lacks child-resistant features. Those are necessary for products containing a specific ethanol concentration. LeBron James is the first NBA player to score 40,000 regular season points. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, we jump back at it here on a Monday. Just another day in paradise. Hello, Scotty.
Yeah, a little froggy down here. A little froggy down here in Houston this morning, but humid. But have you been paying attention to what cryptos are doing this week? Bitcoin is up 23% in the last 7 days.
Oh, yeah? Well, I mean, about a week ago, it topped 60,000, I think, right? Where's it at now?
Yeah, it's 65,000 right now.
Wow, up another $5,000.
23% in the last 7 days. And, I mean, just, it wasn't too long ago. It was just 42,000. But, you know, all of them are up. Doge is up. I think it's like 3 cents over the, you know, just over the overnight hours. You know, but, and the article I read said something about, you know, the big banks are buying into Bitcoin and everything like that, which, you know, when Bitcoin goes up, the other cryptos that are, you know, they go up with it. I hadn't seen what Ethereum is and like that, but, you know, they said that BlackRock's, you know, buying a bunch of Bitcoin and everything too. But like I said, I hadn't read just, you know, part of the article, but I didn't know if you had been paying much attention to it or not. We ain't talked much about it since.
No, I haven't really.
2021, the last time it took him. But, you know, just found it kind of interesting. You know, I mean, I'm way up over what I have, you know, but
so Doge,
I'm not going to complain about.
Dogecoin is at 16 cents, almost 17 cents, which is up like 24.5%.
Yeah,
so I don't know, inbred redneck, maybe
right.
maybe time for him to cash out.
Not sure exactly what he bought in at or anything like that, but, you know, I mean, yeah, I was talking to Jaybird, and he was like, of course, I think he's invested big time into Doge also, and he was kind of at break even, but it was starting to go up. But kind of interesting. Like I said, I figured when I stop, I'd read into it and see what was going on. I just, like I said, the one article I said was something about the big banks and BlackRock and stuff like that were buying into it big time, you know. But anyway, that was about all I had. I didn't know, like I said, didn't know if you'd seen it or not.
I hadn't paid a whole lot of attention. Like I said, last I saw it was at 60,000, but I guess it's on a roll.
Right. Yeah. But okay, well, like I said, that's about all I got. I'll talk to you later on.
All right, thanks for the heads up. I pulled up CoinDesk, which says Bitcoin crossed the $65,000 mark in European morning hours Monday, inching closer to the lifetime peak of 69,000 set back in November of 21. BTC added over 6% in the last 24 hours. Let's see. Euphoric sentiment, institutional buying demand, and historical gains linked to Bitcoin's halving event are putting the asset on track to cross its lifetime highs of 69,000 this month, according to some traders speaking to CoinDesk. That's just the headline this morning. Okay. For all those gamblers out there, maybe you're going to cash in now. Cash in high, you buy low. How high is it going to go, though? That's do you ride the train, keep her rolling? All right, Scarecrow, what do you say?
I say Pappy can thank me later for that pending 70 degrees coming his way. That 74 we had yesterday, Steve, was just too much of a good thing. I figured, well, we better share that with the masses, and now it's a little more reality setting in. I think our high today is mid-40s or so, and maybe some frost coming tonight. So, but yeah, that mid-70s with the sun beaming down way. And there was lots of T-shirts that came out yesterday, Steve. In fact, that was my inspiration. This is probably the first time since late November that I've had a short-sleeve work shirt on for the road trip here. But no, I'm sure we'll get a little taste of winter yet. It was interesting. I think it was Saturday evening. I brought up the Donner Pass webcam. And I checked it every couple hours or so, and each time I checked it, I was looking at the same truck and taillights all lined up real pretty like, and all dressed up to go nowhere in a hurry there. But it was yesterday morning, I think I checked again about 8 o'clock our time, and maybe 9 o'clock, and it was a bear. It was a bear in sight. They'd got everybody out of there anyway, and understood the highway was shut down, so no more traffic. But their forecast, at least what was on that website, Steve, it showed, continuing snow right through Tuesday and then finally petering out sometime Wednesday morning. So, but, as you'd said earlier, it was another 17, 18 inches like last night and today now. So yeah, that's real snow, man. That's real snow. Oh, the technology, the artificial intelligence, all that is kind of reminded me. It was a little piece. I don't know if it was in our newspaper or just in the last week or so about how telephones had changed from the rotary dial to the push button to flip phones to what we have today. Well, my mom had got wind of that or saw that same thing, and she chuckled. Well, she'll be a centurion this year, and she said that story said nothing about the wooden box hanging on the wall with a crank on the side that you had to wind up to make the system work and such. But so yeah, she is a person, Steve, that has experienced a lot of changes through the years. Right from you're looking at the phone there, and just electricity coming into the property, horses to actual farm tractors, and horses and buggies to automobiles, so anyway, I caught the very start of the program, Horse Feather's first call in there. Now, I don't remember the word, Steve. He created or generated a new word again, on the program tonight, and but that's not surprising, coming from that second smartest person in the world. Why, one should expect just about anything. And reflecting back, I don't know, a couple of years back, 3 years back, there was another word that he created too, but that one totally slips. But so either way, it wasn't by accident. He was on to something when he did not misspeak.
Okay.
Misspeak, is that proper? He
Yes.
did not misspoke. How do I want to phrase that? He did not misspeak.
Yeah.
He did not misspoke. He did not speak out of turn. How about that? There. So I'm just digging. I'm digging myself in deeper here. No, I didn't really have much more to lay on you this morning either. It's just been yeah, we're down to 45 degrees. That's 15 degrees colder than it was 4 hours ago in the same location here. So reality check.
Yep. Once again,
that's all I don't have any other pearls of wisdom for you right now, man. So I'm going to have to dwell on some over the next 20 hours or so.
All right.
See if we can't do better tomorrow night.
Have a good
Talk to you
day.
later.
Scarecrow, thank you very much. What do you see? 17 before the hour. And let's see. Eagle, he woke up. Morning, Eagle. Did you doze back on Eagle? Take check one, check two. Maybe he did fall back asleep. Hey, that's 2 for 2. Hey, Knuckle Buster.
Well, I hope he doesn't fall asleep going down the road there. That'd be kind of bad,
Yes, it would.
Well, I don't even know what kind of music Kid Rock puts out. I could care less. I'm not a Budweiser fan either, so. And that, y'all better leave that Tony Baloney money alone there. So, in order to be somebody to hit a shot that good, you got to do it all the time, Steve. You just can't jump up there and do it, even though you've been trained to do it there. And they always tell you from a place you'll never see, come a sound you'll never hear. But it'll affect your life forever. And I want to put a challenge to everybody. Let's get a lot healthier out here. You know, eat better people. Quit eating all that junk stuff they got in them truck stops there, like tater chips and all that stuff. Especially them candy bars. You don't eat them candy bars, man. Try going without sugar for 30 days. Some people do it, some people can't. No white bread, no white flour. Of course, that cuts out the biscuits and gravy, doesn't it?
Now, what about my Skull Buster? I mean, I think last I checked, I think your beer pretty much turns to sugar too, don't it? When you metabolize.
Oh yeah, but I mean, a beer ain't bad for you. If the federal government says it's bad for you, eat it. Eat it and drink it. They say bacon ain't no good for you. Bacon and eggs ain't no good for you. Bacon and eggs are good for you, but they know that white flour is not any good for you. But you're not going to go totally without it there. Yeah. You can eat a little bit every now and then. You just can't eat it every day of the week there. So, all right, Steve, I'm going to shut my mouth up and let somebody else get in here, buddy. I'm going to get out here and get some more of that number 2 push water and get on down the road again.
Rolling into a Monday. All right, we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
2 Canadian triples doubled up in Region 2. Shamrock plucked a 4-leaf clover in Region 3, while a Buckeye State Bear reared up in Region 4. And it's now just 4 weeks until the NTPA's second lap in the Derby City. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Brace yourselves, trucking industry and pulling fans. The NTPA's next event wraps up the Mid-American Trucking Show, which is now less than 1 month away at the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville in mid-March. The Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals will take over Freedom Hall on the Expo Center campus, and Broadbent Arena will serve as the all-day pits on Saturday, March 23rd, prior to the 5 p.m. showtime. Pro Stock tractors, modified minis, super semis, and multi-engine modifieds are on the docket. See NTPAPULL.com for event information and an exclusive link to early ticket purchases for NTPA fans. Or hit ntpa.tv to stream the entire event live or on demand. And now, here are your 2023 Regional National Modified Mini Champions. David Lacey, Thetford, Ontario. Triple Play Unchained, the 2023 Region 2 Modified Mini Northwest Champion. 1 win in the sub-region, Door, proved sufficient to propel Unchained to Lacey's latest title. That victory followed a 4th in Fremont and left only the Boltman stress relief in the proverbial windshield. Relief got its 3 wins on either side of the Summer Sizzler, but got no higher than 3rd thereafter. Meanwhile, Lacey finished no worse than 3rd until Hudsonville and slugged it to the last 3 Western Michigan hooks. David Lacey, Thetford, Ontario. Triple Play Double or Nothing, the 2023 Region 2 Modified Mini Southeast Champion. Double won twice over Easter weekend in Florida to claim the most points in Region 6. After returning to the Midwest, it doubled in Arcola to vault into the lead. 1 more win in Coldwater kept Lacey atop the standings. Lacey's own Unchained was Lacey's nearest rival for the Southeast Trophy, as it also won 3 times, and the Triple L Farms duo were the only machines to chase the entire subregion. Nathan Hoffman, Knapp, Wisconsin. Shaken Shamrock, the 2023 Region 3 Modified Mini Champion. Mini but mighty. That description applies to both the machines and the region's roster of participants. 4 teams chased the championship, and 2, Hoffman Shamrock and the Pisix Fallout, arrived in Ridgeland in a points tie after trading firsts and seconds at Ellsworth and Weyawega. Brian Guzza's GN Grandpa's Disaster ended up winning the thing that night, but Hoffman's 344.3 feet stretched the tape further than Fallout's 342.6 to earn the title. Jeff Hurt, Port Clinton, Ohio. Little Bear, the 2023 Region 4 Modified Mini Champion. Little came up big in Lumberton, landing Mini and sled ahead of Carolina Night Train 2. Rain on Saturday forwarded that 1-point advantage to the Southern Showdown. There, only Kevin Campbell's wild card fared better than Hurt's 2 Bears in Session 1. In Session 3, the Bear pair went 1-3 to get Little to a perfect 105 points and B to second. Elsewhere, Hurt's future champion ride scored a 3rd and a 7th close to home in Bowling Green.
Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, round and third, headed for home on a Monday. Who we got on board? And I'm not seeing a name there.
Yes, I forgot to tell you this is Bob up in upstate New York, up near Albany.
Well, how we doing, Bob? What's happening?
Good. Well, I wanted to see if I could get an update on a couple of stories. One, I think it was back around Thanksgiving. The driver left home. I think he had livestock on his truck.
Yes.
And he was at a truck stop, and I don't know, it was for a month or so. I never heard. I don't know if they ever found the guy. Do you remember?
They have not found him. The reward for information's up to like $25,000 now. Yeah, I know. About 3 days before Thanksgiving, he disappeared, and never heard from since.
Wow, that's pretty scary, huh? And the other was just recently, I think last week, that driver that went into the rest area there in Georgia and caused a big pile up there. Did they find out what happened with that, and who was the driver? Was it an illegal alien? Or was it just one of us old regular Americans?
That's the video that went viral. I mean, the driver of the truck that ran in there, and the driver the first truck that he hit, both of them died. I have not seen or heard an update as to whether they've determined whether if he had fallen asleep behind the wheel, or was having a medical event, or I have not heard anything on that yet.
Okay, well, I'll be listening, as I usually am.
All right. Well, Bob, don't be afraid.
Steve, thank you.
It's been a long time since Bob's given us a call. It's been like, I don't know, I think about a year and a half. Did I hang up on the anonymous hippopotamus? I think I did. Whoops. I clicked on the wrong one. All right. I think he's calling back. Yes, hippopotamus. I apologize. Hey. I hung up on you.
All right. So I got a question here about that comet you were talking about there. That comet you're talking about flying around up there.
Yeah, the devil comet. Mm-hmm.
That's the one. So you said that's got a pretty good sized tail on it, right?
Correct.
With all that gas and ice and everything.
Yep.
Is there a UFO in that tail of that comet?
Oh boy.
Remember back in the deal there, that Hale Bop thing?
Yes, and what was the name of that group? They all drank the Kool-Aid, committed suicide. They thought they were that was their ride to eternity.
In their bodies, they were leaving their physical bodies to go to be with their celestial bodies up there and ride on the UFO.
The Purple Shrouds. What the hell was that name?
I don't remember his name. They just had, you talk about watching TV. I flipped over through some channels there in the middle of one of the days over the weekend, and it was like the worst of the 80s or the worst of the 90s they were showing.
Mm-hmm.
And they had that deal there down in Waco, Texas there with, what the heck was his name now? But anyways, that was the one thing. And then the other thing came up there was this group there. And, they were actually pretty sophisticated because they were actually doing programming, internet programming is how they were financing themselves. They were internet programmers, and they were doing, because that was back when you had to do all the JavaScript and all the other stuff in the computer. You couldn't just go and have an app. You actually had like your Macintosh and, your IBM and your mainframes and all those big computer stuff. And so that's, those people were that intelligent, but, they fell into that cult there, that Higher Spire or whatever it was. Anyways, I don't know. I tried to remember that earlier. You said that, and it kind of clicked to me there. But I just wanted to see if you knew if there's, because, we got these good telescopes up there. We had the Hubble, and that's quite not as good as that Webb
and the
one.
James Webb,
I don't know if that Webb the James Webb, if they could see the UFO and the tail of the comets that are going around.
You remember there was a lot of controversy with that. I mean, that whole thing started on Art Bell's show at the time, if you recall that. And, he got investigated for kind of reporting on his radio show that, there was, they detected that there's an object in there. And he was kind of, some almost tried to blame him for all them people committing suicide.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
I was never a fan of the space stuff there, the outer space, science fiction, whatever that was. You want to call his type of programming. But I don't know. It just never caught on with me for it. I guess his listeners were hard to listen to, I guess is the way to say it. Probably like everybody says about horse feathers, they're making up words and all that crap.
You think?
What's up with that?
Yeah.
How do you let people...
All right, well, you get to have the final word, that was hung up on him. Because we got to roll. It's the end of the line here on a Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that